had exited this world. So, let's please start the day with a remembrance of Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, and let us uh, keep his greatness in mind as we continue with our program. Tonight's program will be as follows. We're going to have the recitation of Hadith Kissa, followed by the recitation of Ramadan duas, including Dua Iftitah. And then we will have a program for the Marcia and speech, and followed by Matam. And then we're going to try to get our Amal started earlier tonight. If everyone can be ready uh, after the Majlis. I'm going to try to have a shorter break this time so we can get the Quran Amal started sooner. We had a very great Amal program last time, inshallah. Allah will grant all of our du'as, that we asked the other night and tonight. Please recite a Surah Fatiha for Kullu Mu'min Mu'minat. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آله وصحبه بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آله وصحبه اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آله وصحبه. Before we start, I have an announcement. Maulana Sayyid Abdul Bagrami will be coming to California. The live programs with Maulana Sayyid Abdul Bagrami will start on Wednesday. I've been announcing that they'll start on Tuesday, on the 23rd of Ramadan, but due to some complications, Maulana Bagrami will be coming in town on Wednesday, and we'll start the programs on Wednesday night. So apologize for any confusion. Please, this actually gives people who haven't RSVP'd, which is everybody, I'm just kidding, a chance to RSVP and let us know when you'll be coming. Please, let us know if you'll be attending so we can continue to make arrangements for both iftari and for social distancing purposes. Again, the live programs with Maulana Sayyid Abdul Bagrami will be starting on May 5th, the 24th of Ramadan, rather than May 4th, the 23rd of Ramadan. But he will be here through Eid, and we'll discuss those details. I don't even want to say the name of Eid today, though I said it again because of the impact of today. We should only think about the tragic loss, and it is a loss not just to the people at the time of Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, but that loss is still being felt to this day. So I want to offer my condolences to our living Imam on the death of Amir al-Mu'mineen on this day of 21st Ramadan. Without further ado, let's please welcome Mehir Bhai, who to recite Hadith Kissa for us. Bar Muhammad wa ala Muhammad salawat.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad wa farjam. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم عن جابر بن عبد الله الأنصاري أنه قال عن فاطمة الزهراء عليه السلام بنت رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله قال سمعت فاطمة أنها قالت دخل علي أبي رسول الله في بعض الأيام فقال السلام عليك يا فاطمة فقلت عليك السلام قال إني أجد في بدني ضعفا فقلت له أعيذك بالله يا أبتاه من الضعف فقال يا فاطمة ائتيني بالكساء اليماني فغطيني به فأتيته بالكساء اليماني فغطيته به وسرت أنظر إليه وإذا وجهه يتلاله كأنه البدر في ليلة تمامه وكماله فما كانت إلا ساعة وإذا بولدي الحسن قد أقبل وقال السلام عليك يا أماه فقلت وعليك السلام يا قرة عيني وثمرة فؤادي فقال يا أماه إني أشم عندك رائحة طيبة فأنها رائحة جد رسول الله. فقلت نعم، إن جدك تحت الكساء. فأقبل الحسن نحو الكساء وقال السلام عليك يا جداه. يا رسول الله، أتأذن لي أن أدخل معك تحت الكساء؟ فقال وعليك السلام يا ولدي ويا صاحب حوضي. قد أذنت لك. فدخل معه تحت الكساء، فما كانت إلا ساعة وإذا بولدي الحسين قد أقبل وقال السلام عليك يا أماه. فقلت وعليك السلام يا ولدي ويا قرة عيني وثمرة فؤادي. فقال لي يا أماه إني أشم عندك رائحة طيبة، فأنها رائحة جدي رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله. فقلت نعم، إن جدك وأخاك تحت الكساء. فدنا الحسين نحو الكساء وقال السلام عليك يا جداه. السلام عليك يا من اختار الله. أتأذن لي أن أكون معكما تحت الكساء؟ فقال وعليك السلام يا ولدي ويا شافع أمتي. قد أذنت لك. فدخل معهما تحت الكساء. فأقبل عند ذلك أبو الحسن علي بن أبي طالب وقال السلام عليك يا بنت رسول الله. فقلت وعليك السلام يا أبا الحسن ويا أمير المؤمنين. فقال يا فاطمة إني أشم عندك رائحة طيبة، فأنها رائحة أخي وابني وعمي رسول الله. فقلت نعم، ها هو مع ولديك تحت الكساء. فأقبل علي نحو الكساء وقال السلام عليك يا رسول الله. أتأذن لي أن أكون معكم تحت الكساء؟ قال له عليك السلام يا أخي ويا وسي وخليفتي وصاحبي لوائي. قد أذنت لك. فدخل علي تحت الكساء. ثم أتيت نحو الكساء وقلت السلام عليك يا أبتاه يا رسول الله. أتأذن لي أن أكون معكم تحت الكساء؟ قال وعليك السلام يا بنتي ويا بضعتي. قد أذنت لك. فدخلت تحت الكساء. فلما اكتملنا جميعا تحت الكساء أخذ أبي رسول الله بطرف الكساء وأومى بيده اليمنى إلى السماء وقال اللهم إن هؤلاء أهل بيتي وخاصتي وحامتي، لحمهم لحمي ودمهم دمي. يؤلمني ما يؤلمهم ويحزنني ما يحزنهم. أنا حرب لمن حاربهم وسلم لمن سالمهم وعدو لمن عاداهم ومحب لمن أحبهم. إنهم مني وأنا منهم. فاجعل صلواتك وبركاتك ورحمتك وغفرانك ورضوانك علي وعليهم، وأذهب عنهم الرجس وطهرهم تطهيرا. اللهم
اللهم صل على
محمد
محمد
وعلى
وآل
محمد
محمد وجل
في
فرجهم.
الفرجة. فقال الله عز وجل يا ملائكتي ويا سكان سماواتي إني ما خلقت سماء مبنية ولا أرضا مدهية ولا قمرا منيرا ولا شمسا مدهية ولا فلكا يدور ولا بحر يجري ولا فلك يسري إلا في محبة هؤلاء الخمسة الذين هم تحت الكساء. فقال الأمين جبرائيل يا ربي ومن تحت الكساء؟ فقال عز وجل لهم أهل بيت النبوة ومعدن الرسالة هم فاطمة وأبوها وبعلها وبنوها. فقال
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وجل فرجهم.
فقال جبرائيل يا ربي أتأذن لي أن أهبط إلى الأرض لأكون معهم سادسا؟ فقال الله نعم قد أذنت لك. فهبط الأمين جبرائيل وقال السلام عليك يا رسول الله العلي الأعلى يقرئك السلام ويخصك بالتحية والإكرام ويقول لك وعزتي وجلالي إني ما خلقت سماء مبنية ولا أرضا مدهية ولا قمرا منيرا ولا شمسا مضية ولا فلكا يدور ولا بحر يجري ولا فلك يسري إلا لأجلكم ومحبتكم وقد أذن لي أن أدخل معكم فهل تأذن لي يا رسول الله؟ فقال رسول الله وعليك السلام يا أمين وحي الله إنه نعم قد أذنت لك. فدخل جبرائيل معنا تحت الكساء فقال لي أبي إن الله قد أوحى إليكم يقول إنما يريد الله ليذهب عنكم الرجس أهل البيت ويطهركم تطهيرا.
اللهم
اللهم
صل
صل
على
على
محمد
محمد
وآل
وعلى
محمد وجل
محمد وجل فرجهم. فقال علي لأبي يا رسول الله أخبرني ما لجلوسنا هذا تحت الكساء من الفضل عند الله. فقال النبي والذي بعثني بالحق نبيا واصطفاني بالرسالة نجيا ما ذكرنا خبرنا هذا في محفل من محافل أهل الأرض وفيه جمع من شيتنا ومحبينا إلا ونزلت عليهم الرحمة وهفت بهم الملائكة واستغفرت لهم إلى أن يتفكروا. فقال علي إذا والله فزنا وفاز شيعتنا ورب الكعبة. فقال النبي ثانيا يا علي والذي بعثني بالحق نبيا واصطفاني بالرسالة نجيا ما ذكر خبرنا هذا في محفل من محافل أهل الأرض وفيه جمع من شيتنا ومحبينا وفيهم مهموم إلا وفرج الله هما ولا مغموم إلا وكشف الله غما ولا طالب حاجة إلا وقضى الله حاجته. فقال علي إذا والله فزنا وسعدنا وكذلك شيعتنا فازوا وسعدوا في الدنيا والآخرة ورب الكعبة اللهم
اللهم
صل
صل
على
على
محمد
Muhammad wa ali Muhammad wa Jafarajum. Please recite a Surah Fatiha for Kul Mu'minin Mu'minat. Bismillah. For Muhammad wa ali Muhammad salawat.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Sit down.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم إني أسألك أن تجعل فيما تقضي وتقدر من الأمر المحتوم في الأمر الحكيم من القضاء الذي لا يرد ولا يبدل أن تكتبني من حجاج بيتك الحرام المبرور حجهم المشكور سعيهم المغفور ذنوبهم المكفر عن سيئاتهم وأن تجعل فيما تقضي وتقدر أن تطيل عمري في خير وعافية وتوسع في محمد وآل محمد صلوات اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وأجل فرجهم. Please recite the Surah Fatiha for Kul Mu'min Mu'minat, especially for my family members and the family members of the organizers, especially Marhum Tahir Muhammad. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وأن تجعل فيما تقضي وتقدر أن تطيل عمري في خير وعافية وتوسع في رزقي وتجعلني ممن تنتصر به لدينك ولا تستبدل بي غيري. اللهم صل على محمد. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. اللهم إني أفتتح الثناء وبحمدك وأنت مسدد للصواب بمنك وأيقنت أنك أنت أرحم الراحمين في موضع العفو والرحمة وشد المعاقبين في موضع النكال والنقمة وأعظم المتجبرين في موضع الكبرياء والعظمة. اللهم أذنت لك في دعائك ومسألك فاسمعوا يا سميع مدحتي وأجب يا رحيم دعوتي وقل يا غفور عثرتي فكن يا إلهي من كربت قد فرجتها وهموما قد كشفتها وعثرة قد أقلتها ورحمة قد نشرتها وحلقة بلاء قد فككتها. الحمد لله الذي لم يتخذ صاحبة ولا ولدا ولم يكن له شريك في الملك ولم يكن له ولي من الذل وكبره تكبيرا. الله أكبر. محمد الحمد لله بجميع محامده كلها على جميع نعمه كلها. الحمد لله الذي لا مضاد له في ملكه ولا منازع له في أمره. الحمد لله الذي لا شريك له في خلقه ولا شبيه له في عظمه. الحمد لله فاشي في الخلق أمره وحمده الظاهر كرم مجده الباسط بالجود يده الذي لا ينقص خزائنه ولا تزيده كثرت العطاء إلا جودا وكرما. إنه هو العزيز الوهاب. اللهم إني أسألك قليلا من كثير مع حاجة بي إليه عظمتي وغناك عنه قديم وهو عند كثير وهو عليك سهل يسير. اللهم إن عفوك عن ذنبي وتجاوزك عن خطيئتي وصفحك عن ظلمي وسترك عن قبيح عملي وحلمك عن كثير جرمي عندما كان من خطيئة وعمد وأطمعني في أن أسألك وما لا أستوجبه منك الذي رزقتني من رحمتك وأريتني من قدرتك وعرفتني من إجابتك فصرت أدعوك آمنا وأسألك مستأنسا لا خائفا ولا واجلا مدلا عليك فيما فصدت فيه إليك. فإن أبطأ عني عتبت بجهلي عليك لعل لذايا أبطأ عني هو خير لي لعلمك بعاقبة الأمور. فلم أرى مولى كريما أصبر على عبد لئيم منك علي يا ربي. إنك تدعوني فأولي عنك وتتحبب إلي فأتبغض إليك وتتودد إلي فلا أقبل منك كأن لتطول عليك. فلم يمنعك ذلك من الرحمة لي ولا الإحسان إلي والتفضل علي بجودك كرمك. فارحم عبدك الجاهل وجد عليه بفضل إحسانك. إنك جواد كريم. الحمد لله مالك الملك مجري الفلك مسخر الرياح فالق الأصباح ديان الدين رب العالمين. الحمد لله على حلمه بعد علمه. والحمد لله علي عفوها بعد قدرته. والحمد لله على طول أناتها في غضبه وهو قادر على ما يريد. الحمد لله خالق الخلق باسط الرزق فارق الأصباح ذي الجلال والإكرام والفضل والإنعام الذي بعد فلا يرى وقرب فشهد النجوى تبارك وتعالى. الحمد لله الذي ليس له منازع يعادله ولا شبيه يشاكل ولا ظهير يعاضده. فهرب بعزته الأعزة وتواضع لعظمته العظمى فبلغ بقدرته ما يشاء. الحمد لله الذي يجبني حين أنادي ويستر علي كل عورة وأنا أعصي ويعظم النعمة علي فلا أجازيهم. فكم من موهبة هنيئة قد أعطاني وعظيمة مخوفة قد كفاني وبهجة مونقة قد أراني. فأثني عليه حامدا وأذكره مسبحا. الحمد لله الذي لا يهتك حجابه ولا يغلق بابه ولا يرد سائله ولا يخيب آمله. الحمد لله الذي يؤمن الخائفين وينجي الصالحين ويرفع المستضعفين ويضع المستكبرين ويهلك ملوكا ويستخلف آخرين. والحمد لله قاسم الجبارين مبري الظالمين مدرك الهاربين نكال الظالمين صريخ المستصرخين موضع حاجة الطالبين معتمد المؤمنين. الحمد لله الذي من خشيته ترعد السماء وسكانها وترجف الأرض وعمارها وتموج البحار ومن يسبح في غمراتها. الحمد لله الذي هدانا لهذا وما كنا لنهتدي لولا أن هدانا الله. الحمد لله الذي يخلق ولم يخلق ويرزق ولا يرزق ويطعم ولا يطعم ويميت الأحياء ويحيي الموتى وهو حي لا يموت بيده الخير وهو على كل شيء قدير. اللهم صل على محمد عبدك ورسولك وأمينك وصفيك وحبيبك وخيرتك من خلقك وحافظ سرك ومبلغ رسالتك أفضل أحسن وأجمل وأكمل وأزكى وأنمى وأطيب وأطهر وأسنى وكثر ما صليت وباركت وترحمت وتحننت وسلمت على أحد من عبادك وأنبيائك ورسلك وصفوتك وأهل الكرامة عليك من خلقك. اللهم وصل على علي أمير المؤمنين ووصي رسول رب العالمين عبدك ووليك وأخي رسولك وحججك على خلقك وآياتك الكبرى والنبأ العظيم. وصل على صديقة الطاهرة فاطمة سيدة نساء العالمين وصل على سبطي الرحمة وإمام الهدى الحسن والحسين سيدي شباب أهل الجنة. وصل على أئمة المسلمين علي بن الحسين ومحمد بن علي وجعفر بن محمد وموسى بن جعفر وعلي بن موسى ومحمد بن علي وعلي بن محمد والحسن بن علي والخلف الهادي المهدي حججك على عبادك وأمنائك في بلادك صلاة كثيرة دائما. اللهم صل على ولي أمرك القائم المؤمل وعدل المنتظر، وحفه بملائكة المقربين، وأيده بروح القدس يا رب العالمين. اللهم اجعله داعي إلى كتبك، والقائم بدينك، أستخلفه في الأرض كما استخلفت الذي من قبله، مكن له. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وأجل فرجهم. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. For a room full of bases, it's always with the technical problems, but alhamdulillah. محمد وآل محمد صلوات. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وأجل فرجهم. أستخلفه في الأرض كما استخلفت الذين من قبله، مكن له دينه الذي ارتضيته له، أبدله من بعد خوفه أمنا، يعبدك لا يشرك بك شيئا. اللهم عزه وعزز به، وانتصر به، وانصره نصرا عزيزا، وافتح له فتحا يسيرا، واجعل له من لدنك سلطانا نصيرا. اللهم أظهر به دينك وسنة نبيك. اللهم إنا نرغب إليك في دولة كريمة تعز بها الإسلام وأهله، وتذل بها النفاق وأهله، وتجعلنا فيها من الدعاء إلى طاعتك والقادة إلى سبيلك، وترزقنا بها كرامات الدنيا والآخرة. اللهم ما عرفتنا من الحق فحملنا، وما قصرنا عنه فبلغناه. اللهم به شعثنا، واشعب به صدعنا، وارتق به فتقنا، وكثر به قلتنا، وأعزز به ذلتنا، وأغني به عائلنا، واقضي به عن مغرمنا، وأجبر به فقرنا وسد به خلتنا ويسر به عسرنا وبيض به وجوهنا وفك به أسرنا أنجح به طلبتنا وأنجز به مواعيدنا واستجب به دعوتنا وأعطانا به سؤلنا وبلغنا به من الدنيا والآخرة آمالنا وأعطنا به فوق رغبتنا يا خير المسؤولين وأوسع المعطين اشف به صدورنا واذهب به غيظ قلوبنا واهدنا به لما اختلف فيه به الحق بإذنك إنك تهدي من تشاء إلى صراط مستقيم وانصرنا به على عدوك وعدونا إلى الحق آمين اللهم إنا نشكو إليك فقد نبينا صلوتك عليه وآله وغيبة ولينا وكثرة عدونا وقلة عددنا وشدة الفتنة بنا وتظاهر الزمان علينا فصل على محمد وآله وأعنا على ذلك بفتح منك تعجله وبضر تكشف وانصر تعز سلطاني حقي تظهر ورحمتي منك تجلناها وعافية منك تلبسناها برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين اللهم صل على محمد وعجل فرجهم اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم رب شهر رمضان الذي أنزلت فيه القرآن وافترضت على عبادك فيه الصيام صل على محمد وآل محمد وارزقني حج بيتك الحرام في عامي هذا وفي كل عام واغفر لي تلك الذنوب العظام فإنه لا يغفرها غيرك يا رحمن يا علام اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أعوذ بجلال وجهك الكريم أن ينقضي عني شهر رمضان أو يطلع الفجر من ليلتي هذه ولك قبلي تبعة أو ذنب تعذبني عليه اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل بسم الله brother Zishan اللهم صل
على محمد
وآل محمد
Please recite one more salat. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم. Yeah, I just want to make sure you're able to hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you just fine.
Alhamdulillah. First of all, I just wanted to offer my condolences for the loss of our Mawla, our master, and also to someone that the Holy Prophet said that he has the position of the father of Ummah. So the Prophet and also Imam Ali, they both hold that position as being the father. So tonight we are orphaned because we have lost our father. So my condolences to everyone for that. This reminds me of a story. I heard this from. I mean, if you want to know the chain of narration, like I heard it from a Zakir, who heard it from a Maulana, who heard it from another Maulana, and I think that involved his friend. So this took place in Iraq, and as everyone knows that they've been under the terror of Daesh, or also of certain people who consider themselves to be Muslim but they're not really Muslim, who hate Imam Ali, and anyone who hates Imam Ali, they're actually known as Nasibi. So even if that person claims to be Shia or Muslim or anything, anyone who's Nasibi is considered by us to be, in my understanding, is najis and not even acceptable. So anyways, the story goes something like this. I believe the person narrating the story was saying that I was traveling, and I believe it was a Malana, like a Sheikh or a Malana, and he said, like we were in like the bus and I was traveling, and then I had to sit next to this guy. He was some kid, and he didn't even seem all that religious to me, like I don't know, maybe he had a little iPod thing in his ear or something, and I'm not even sure if he had a beard. So he was like, I was like, whatever. I just have to sit next to somebody, so he's my fellow passenger, whatever. So he said that we were going along on this ride, this bus ride, and all of a sudden we got stopped, and we realized that, oh man, these were like the terrorists, right? The Daesh people, and they all took us up and they lined us up and they were like, hey, is anybody Shia here? And obviously we were scared, so none of us said anything. So he said, okay, fine, you guys are all saying, well, they said they were not Shia, I believe. So he said, if you're not Shia, then they had a picture. So, in that part of the world, even though I think we shouldn't be drawing the faces of the Masumin, but some people, I believe, they feel like they've seen him in the dream. So there's an artist rendition of the faces of the Imam. So he had a picture like that of Imam Ali and he put it. And he said that if you truly are not Shia, then I'm going to test you and I want you to come one by one line up and I want you to spit on the face of Imam Ali. So, such a horrible thing. So, they had people lined up. And so the guy telling the story said, the kid I was sitting next to, he actually came up to me and he said, yeah, Sheikh, I have a question. And he was like, oh man, I was surprised. Like, what do you mean? He's like, I know you're Shia. I was like, how do you know? And because he was thinking in his mind, like, I was just dressed like a regular person. I wasn't even dressed like a Mulana. But he's like, no, I know you're Shia, and because I'm also Shia too. So I just want to ask you a question. Like, what in the world are we supposed to do at this point, right? So the Mulana told him that, you have to save your life. So, obviously, we don't want to do this, but you got to save your life. Islam gives you permission. So the kid, he thinks about it, and remember, like, this is the person that they thought he wasn't even that religious, just some like non-religious kid. He said, I don't. He thought about it, and he was like, maybe you're saying that Islam has given me permission to save my life, but my heart doesn't give me that permission. So I guess when it was the kid's turn, he said, spit on Imam Ali. So the kid turns on him and says, no, I'll spit on your face. So the guy takes out his gun and just shoots him down. And the Malana's thinking like, this poor kid, he had a whole life ahead of him. And I even told him it's not haram, like he could have just saved his life. So like the story goes on, and just to make it really quickly, he says he goes back, and and I'm sorry my memory doesn't serve me correctly, but I believe he gave him before the kid died, he gave him something, and he said that I live in this particular place, please go and return it. So he goes to that place, because he promised that he's gonna return, he's gonna give it to his family. So he goes there, and to his surprise, he sees that kid, the guy that and he talks to him. He's like, man, I saw you get shot down right in front of me. Like, how are you still here? So he says that, yeah, actually what happened is that I did get shot down right in front of you. And what happened is that as I was laying there and dying, he said all of a sudden this light came to me. And, this person, he consoled me, he hugged me, and he said, thank you for what you did. And I'm sorry. And he said he just came, took me, and somehow I don't know how I just ended up in the hospital, and I was okay somehow. And and obviously I'm sure you guys realize that whoever that person was with the light reflecting was obviously probably Imam or someone on his behalf. So I don't know. I just thought that was a very emotional story. So I thought, and I'm sorry I didn't do justice in telling it, but it's just something I wanted to share. So thank you for allowing me that. And now, keeping the mind of the stature. And if you remember yesterday, I said that lanat is a dua. It's not vulgarity. It's not some sort of a hex or witchcraft. So I don't think curse is the correct word. It's a dua. It's an ibadat that we're asking them to withhold the mercy from the enemies of the Masumin. In this particular case, from the killers of Imam Ali, Amir al-Mu'minin. So one more, I'm going to do Laylatul Salawat, and I'm going to please join me in a tasbih of doing that lanat.
اللهم صل على محمد
Muhammad.
وآل محمد وجل.
Okay. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم لعن قتلة أمير المؤمنين. 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 اللهم العن قتلة أمير المؤمنين 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 اللهم العن قتلة أمير المؤمنين. I'm going to do it 3 more times for those 3 who used to torture Imam Ali. اللهم العن قتلة أمير المؤمنين اللهم العن قتلة أمير المؤمنين اللهم العن قتلة أمير المؤمنين. صلوات. اللهم صل
اللهم صل
على محمد
على
وآل محمد
محمد.
وعجل فرجهم.
MashaAllah. Thank you, Zishan Bhai. Next up, we have our Marcia program, which will be started off by Brother Abbas Azhar. Please recite a Surah Fatiha for the marhum of the family of Brother Abbas Azhar and for Kullu Mu'minin Mu'minat. Abbas Bhai, you ready?
Yes, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My condolences on the to you and your family on the death of Hazrat Ali tonight, my brother. Bismillah.
Please accept my condolences as well. Muhammad wa ali Muhammad, salawat.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad wa
وعجل فرجهم.
इमाम अली की शान में कता के चंद अशार पेश खिदमत है। या अली कह के जो कागज पे कलम रखा है, या अली कह के जो कागज पे कलम रखा है, ऐसा लगता है कि जन्नत में कदम रखा है।
वाह वाह वाह.
मैं तो बेखौफ गुजर जाता हूँ तूफानों से, मैं तो बेखौफ गुजर जाता हूँ तूफानों से। जब पुकारा मेरे मौला ने भरम रखा है, या अली कह के जो कागज पे कलम रखा है। मोहम्मद वाले मोहम्मद सलवात।
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad wa ajil farajahum.
Nare Haidari.
Ya Ali. Next up, please recite loud salawat for our brother.
सलाम के चंद अशार पेश खिदमत है इमाम अली की शान में। मुंतजिम काबे का आ पहुंचा सफाई के लिए मुंतजिम काबे का आ पहुंचा सफाई के लिए
हाय हाय
है बुतों अब और घर ढूंढो खुदाई के लिए मुंतजिम काबे का आ पहुंचा सफाई के लिए चीरते हैं किल्लाए अशदर को झूले में अली चीरते हैं किल्लाए अशदर को झूले में अली आज पहली मश्क है खैबर कुशाई के लिए मुंतजिम काबे का पहुंचा खुदाई के लिए इब्ने मुलजिम ने लगाई जब अली के सर पे तेर
हाय हाय हाय
इब्ने मुलजिम ने लगाई जब अली के सर पे तेर
हाय
अर्श से उतरे मलक भी दुहाई के लिए मुंतजिम काबे का पहुंचा सफाई के लिए कर दिया क्यों इब्ने मुलजिम ऐसे मौला को शहीद कर दिया क्यों इब्ने मुलजिम ऐसे मौला को शहीद था जो एक मुश्किल कुशा सारी खुदाई के लिए मुंतजिम काबे का आ पहुंचा सफाई के लिए मोहम्मद व आले मोहम्मद सल्लल्लाहु अल्लाहुम्मा सल्ली अला मोहम्मद व आले मोहम्मद। बहुत शुक्रिया।
Muhammad wa Jafar. MashaAllah, MashaAllah. Next up, we have thank you, Brother Abbas, for reciting that to us. Beautiful. Bar Muhammad wa ala Muhammad salawat. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad wa Jafar. And now last salawat for brother for Shad Sagarwala. Please recite Surah Fatih for the marhum of his family too. Bar Muhammad wa ala Muhammad salawat. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad wa Jafar.
Please recite one more salawat.
Allahumma salli ala
Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Sakina ki sada hai are o Sham walon are o Kufe walon
Hi, hi.
are o Sham walon
Hi, hi, hi.
कफन बाबा को दे दो अरे ओ शाम वालों अरे ओ कूफे वालों वालों, मेरे प्यारे जो अम्मू आज होते कभी ना इस कदर मजबूर होते, गदाई करके लाते मगर तुमसे न कहते, अरे ओ शाम वालों, कफन बाबा को दे दो, अरे ओ शाम वालों, अरे ओ कूफे वालों, चचा का सर ये नेज़े से हटा दो, सरे शबीर पे पर्दा उड़ा दो, ये गम कितना बड़ा है, मेरी माँ बेरिदा
हाय
है,
हाय हाय
अरे ओ शाम वालों, कफन बाबा को दे दो, अरे ओ शाम वालों, अरे ओ कूफे वालों, मैं खातूने जिना का आईना हूँ, रसन बस तासीरो बेरिदा हूँ, मेरी जानिब न देखो, मेरा कुर्ता फटा है, अरे ओ शाम वालों, कफन बाबा को दे दो, अरे ओ शाम वालों, अरे ओ कूफे वालों, वो सीना मेरे बाबा का कहाँ है, सुना है बरसरे देंगे तपा है, नहीं हाय वो सीना कहाँ सोए सकीना, अरे ओ शाम वालों, कफन बाबा को दे दो, अरे ओ शाम वालों, अरे ओ कूफे
हाय
वालों,
हाय
मेरे घर की कनीज़े बारिदा है, कयामत हो गई हम बेरिदा है, सितम कितना बड़ा है, फूफी का सर खुला
हाय
है,
हाय हाय
अरे ओ शाम वालों, कफन बाबा को दे दो, अरे ओ वालों, यतीमों को सताना कब रवा है, दुखे दिल को दुखाना कब रवा है। सितम जो चाहे कर लो, मगर एक काम कर दो, अरे ओ शाम वालों, कफन बाबा को दे दो, अरे ओ शाम वालों, अरे ओ कूफे वालों, रिहाई की तमन्ना मर चुकी है, ये जिंदा मेरी मंजिल आखिरी है। मगर बाबा से कहना ना शाम आना, अरे ओ शाम वालों, कफन बाबा को दे दो, अरे ओ
हाय हाय हाय।
शाम वालों, अरे ओ कूफे वालों। सलवात। अल्लाहुम्मा सल्ली अला मुहम्मद व आले मुहम्मद।
माशाल्लाह माशाल्लाह। हाय कूफे वालों और मोहम्मद वाले मोहम्मद सलवात। अल्लाहुम्मा सल्ली
अला मुहम्मद व आले मुहम्मद।
अला। Please recite a Surah Fatiha for Kul Mu'min and Mu'minat. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إنا أنزلناه في ليلة القدر وما أدراك ما ليلة القدر ليلة القدر خير من ألف شهر تنزل الملائكة والروح فيها بإذن ربهم من كل أمر سلام هي تامة الفجر. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى محمد وجل فرجهم. I want to start today's speech with the praise of Allah. Ya Allah, you are the Lord of mankind. Ya Allah, you are the Lord of the animals. You are the Lord of the aliens. You are the Lord of the ground. You are the Lord of the plants. Ya Allah, you are the Lord of everything. Yet being the Lord of everything and being in charge of everything does not overwhelm you, because nothing overwhelms you. Ya Allah, you are the overwhelmer. Ya Allah, you overwhelm even the most complex of minds. Ya Allah, you challenge even the best mystery solvers. Ya Allah, there's so many mysteries in this world, yet you are the hidden one and you are the biggest mystery. But you have given us clear signs that of your existence, and you've given us clear signs of how to obey your commandments. Ya Allah, in your justice, you reward us for doing things that we're supposed to do. Ya Allah, in your mercy, you give us blessings and you give us benefits even when we turn our face away from you. Ya Allah, there is no way we could deny you. But even for when we deny you, all people who deny you do is to take allegiance to a Lord that is lesser than you. But I testify, Allah, that you are the only Lord. You are the Lord of everybody, everything, every object, every piece of matter, every piece of light, anything ever thought of, anything ever imagined, anything that has existed, exists, or will ever exist is under your commandment and is under your perfect divine plan, Ya Allah. Testify that there is no other Lord than you, and I testify that you are perfect, that you are beneficent, that you are merciful, that you are loving, that you are great, that your kingdom will never end. Ya Allah, you created the universe to continue to expand and expand and expand, to show us how great and how vast you are, that no matter how much this thing exponentially expands, the biggest thing we could imagine, you're still bigger than that. You're still greater than that. You're still more powerful than that. And you are immovable. Ya Allah, in your oneness, you never move. You never change. You never diverge. Ya Allah, you will always be loving. You will always be great. You will always be merciful. And we will always be unworthy of your love. Yet you shower us with it. And on this night, on the 21st of Ramadan, a night when the light of Imamat started to slowly, it'll never be extinguished, but it took a big loss on this day, the loss of Hazrat Ali alayhi salam. And on this night of Shab Qadr, we ask Allah that you continue to give us your blessings. And on this night, we don't just want any blessings and any forgiveness, Allah. We want the kind of blessings and the kind of forgiveness that are only available when you shower blessings on Prophet Muhammad and the family of Prophet Muhammad salawat. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad wa ajil farajum. Hazrat Ali alayhi salam. Ya Hazrat Ali alayhi salam. Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen. We cannot even begin to imagine what the impact of Hazrat Ali alayhi salam was on this world. We cannot even begin to imagine what the impact of Hazrat Ali alayhi salam is right now on this world. I think about the day when the Hazrat Ali alayhi salam was laying there, the poisoned head circulated through his body. All medical, all medical illaj, all medical cures had been exhausted, and it had become evident that this great man who picked up the door of Khaybar, right, would be taken from this world, right? Yes, he was a great man, and yes, he was stronger than any man we've ever heard about. And yes, when you hear legends of all of these superheroes, right, I oftentimes think that these are attempts at watering down the greatness of Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, saying this man walked on water, and this man is strong, and this man is this, when Hazrat Ali was all of that and more. Hazrat Ali was the gate of knowledge, right? He was a gate of the city of knowledge. Prophet Muhammad said, I am the city of knowledge, and Ali is its gate, right? And on this day, when we sit here and have so many questions in our mind, I talked the other day about how Hazrat Ali alayhi salam in his first sermon described not just how the world was created, how the universe was created, right? You want to know about life on other planets? After Hazrat Ali talked about the universe being created, the very next paragraph of his sermon in this book, Nahjul Balagha, he said that after Allah created the planets to be hung in the space without any support, he said this in Nahjul Balagha, after Allah created the planets, after the primordial gas had hardened into foam, and the foam had hardened into planets, and the planets hung in space without any support. He said Allah created angels and put them on these planets, right? So you want to know, we wonder what's in the celestial sphere, well, what's on other planets? Yes. You wonder, is there life on other planets? Is there intelligent life on other planets? Hazrat Ali let us know in Nahjul Balagha. Any question you want to know, Hazrat Ali had the answer to. Any question you want to know, Hazrat Ali is the answer to. Anything you want to you ponder, anything that you want to any mystery you want to diverge, look to Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, and not only will he tell you the answer, you realize Hazrat Ali is the only real answer. Hazrat Ali is the only truth. Hazrat Ali is the only right path. Hazrat Ali is Siratul Mustaqim. Hazrat Ali is the one that stood at the bank of the Euphrates, right? In 1000 BC, whatever, over 1,000 years ago, he stood at the bank of the Euphrates and he said, with this water, I can create light and fire. Yes, Hazrat Ali alayhi salam knew about electricity before Benjamin Franklin flew a kite with the key on it, right? This is the greatness of Hazrat Ali alayhi salam. And we think Hazrat Ali alayhi salam's greatness was just to the people of their time, and they're the only ones that benefited from his knowledge. No. One day, let me tell you this. So actually, before I get there, Hazrat Ali alayhi salam told his people, he said, you wonder about life on other, you think that you're the only creatures that are created. He said, look up in the sky and you see the stars in the sky. On those stars, there's cities that exist just like they exist on this earth here. Hazrat Ali told us this, right? So do not think that you are alone in this world. Do not think you're alone on this planet. Hazrat Ali was the Lord of mankind, was the Lord of the animals, was the Lord of the plants, was the Lord of the jinn. There are more jinn on earth than there are mankind, but we're going to worry about what's on the other planet, right? Let's worry about what is in the hereafter, because this planet is transitory. And just as Hazrat Ali said, do not ever stop working for your hereafter. We are here in this world working for our hereafter, right? Hazrat Ali alayhi salam had more friends in Jannat than he did on this earth. Hazrat Ali said, I know the path, I know the roads in Jannah better than I know the roads on earth. We should look to our final destination rather than looking at this pit stop. We are having a stopover here, a long stopover with bad food and bad entertainment, and no Wi-Fi. And this is the worst place that, you can have a stopover, but we have a stopover here before we go to our ultimate destination. And is your ultimate destination going to be somewhere awesome where you feel nothing but the glory and the benefits of Allah? Or is your final destination going to be a destination of fire? This is our choice. And if you want to find the path to paradise, there's only one path you follow, and that's Siratul Mustaqim. I always say, my brothers and sisters, that this world is such a deception that we don't even know what a straight line is. You draw a straight line, and what is it? A straight line is a fraction of a curved line because we live on a planet that is round. So if you take that line and you keep following it and following and following it, you'll end up right back where you started because it is fraction of a circle. So the only straight line we know is what Hazrat Ali says, I am Siratul Mustaqim. And that is why if you start at any point, a point too is Hazrat Ali alayhi salam. What is a dot, right? We can't even conceptualize what a dot is unless if it's connected to another piece of the puzzle, right? So Hazrat Ali says what the dot is. He says that the entire Quran's knowledge is contained in the nukta, the dot on top, under the ba and Bismillah, and I am that dot. So Hazrat Ali says, I am the dot. And that is why at any point, if you start and you follow the straight path, it's going to lead you right back to the dot, right back to Hazrat Ali alayhi salam. So whatever path you're on, as long as you're following the straight path, the path is the path of Hazrat Ali, and it will lead you to Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, from Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, and to Hazrat Ali alayhi salam. And that is the greatness of this man. That is a man who is beyond his time. Right? That is a man who transcended time. Time does not apply to Hazrat Ali alayhi salam because Hazrat Ali alayhi salam was there when time was created. Yes, my brothers and sisters, Hazrat Ali was there when time was created. You want to know what the molecule that erupted, that created all of existence was? Right? They talk about the Big Bang Theory, the molecule that erupted, that created the entire universe. That molecule was not a molecule, it was a beam of light. And that was the light of Prophet Muhammad, Hazrat Ali, Bibi Fatima, Imam Hassan, Imam Hussein alayhi salam. Salawat. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad wa jafar. Yes, Allah created everything and created its rules and created its role in the overall happening of the world. He created the sun and he created the other planets to rotate around the sun and to revolve on their axis. This is all the perfection. This is something Imam Jafar Sadiq explained, the rotation of the planets on their axis and around the sun. Hundreds of years before Copernicus was even thought about. This is the knowledge of Imamat. See, Hazrat Ali alayhi salam one day, he was talking about the coming of Imam Mahdi. Sahib Zaman alayhi salam, Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad wa jafar. My condolences to you, my living Imam, on this tragic night. Allahumma an-qatalata Amir al-Mu'mineen. La'anat on the killer of Amir al-Mu'mineen. Imam Zamana, please come soon and help us avenge the death of all of your grandfathers and grandmothers. Right? Hazrat Ali alayhi salam was taken from the world on this day. And Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, he said that people would ask Prophet Muhammad and Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, will there ever be people more lucky than us? More lucky than us. We get to be in your presence, O Prophet, O Imam. We get to be in your presence. Will there be people more lucky than us? And he said that there is going to be a group of people who are luckier than you. Their Imam is going to be disappeared to them. They have no prophet. Their Imam will not be accessible to them, and they're still going to have faith, and they're still going to wait, and they're still going to hope for the coming of their Imam, and they're still going to call for their Imam. And those people are luckier than you because the ibadat and the rewards that they're going to gain from waiting to their Imam is greater than any ibadat you could ever earn. And that is us, my brothers and sisters. This is a gift from Allah. Yes, our Imam is lost to us, but we are the lucky ones. What are you going to do with this great gift? Are you going to squander it? Are you going to squander it by watching TV, watching Sports Center, going and watching TikTok, right? And I normally don't sit here and talk about, I try not to glorify these things, although, I will admit, I sit there and I'll watch the same story on Sports Center over and over again, right? I do surf the internet, right? But I try not to come here and make it seem like these things are, should be glorified, right? As a sinner, it's very important for me to not stand here and make it seem like it's okay to sin, because it's not. In this month of Ramadan, people still do sin. Why do we sin? It's because our own inner demons, right? Our own inner demons make us sin, right? If shaitan makes everybody sin, who made shaitan sin when he didn't listen to Allah and bow in front of Hazrat Adam, right? You need to think about that. So it's not shaitan's, it's our own fault, right? But the reason why I'm bringing this up today, reason why I'm bringing up TikTok and Snapchat and whatever you kids are into, whatever the new craze is that's distracting people and getting people to listen, watch this guy, talk about ridiculous stuff instead of going and praying your namaz. Let's go. It's the fourth quarter and there's 2 minutes left, and Steph Curry's about to do something amazing. Let's watch that instead of going and doing our namaz, right? How hard is it to live in this world? That is why we're so lucky to be here, because we have the chance to still do namaz and still deny all of these things. And I'm getting to someplace very important. I want to assure you guys, and I want to give you guys an example of the greatness of Hazrat Ali. I talked about how he explained the creation of the world. I talked about how he went in and confirmed whether or not there's life on other planets. I talked about how before the invention of electricity, he spoke about how you could get electricity from water, right? These are the knowledge of Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, right? Now I want you to think about back when Hazrat Ali alayhi salam was alive, when people were riding horses and camels, right? When people were delivering letters by hand, right? When people were doing didn't have the luxuries and all of these amazing things, Wi-Fi that we do now, right? Hazrat Ali was talking about the coming of Imam Mahdi, right? So he was talking to the people of his time, because they were very curious. Oh, so how are people going to know that Imam's going to come? And they would ask these questions, right? But he's also letting us know, so we can open up a book and we could see. Oh, and don't get me, don't misunderstand what I'm saying. There are signs of the Imam coming, but we don't know. All those signs could happen one day, or all of those signs could happen, and then years later the Imam comes, right? But these are a sign of the times and warnings of the deterioration of mankind. And this deterioration happens because instead of focusing on salah, the best part of our day should be going and doing namaz. We should look forward to doing namaz. The best part of our day shouldn't be, I'm going to go home and I'm going to watch the kids baking championship or whatever you do with your family at night. The best part about spending time with your family should be, I'm going to go home and my family's going to get together and we're going to praise Allah. We're going to pray to Allah. We're going to recite Dua al-Kumal. We're going to do Shab Qadr amals. We should look forward to these days, because these days, who knows if you'll have a chance to do the kind of ibadah tonight. One night is equal to 1,000 nights. More than 1,000 months of ibadat is tonight. These are gifts from Allah. Let's take this advantage of this and not squander it. You see, Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, when he was talking about the coming of the Imam and was giving people some very simple signs, right? His very close friend, Komel, Hazrat Komel, he went to him when everybody had left, and he said, Ya Mullah Ali, these are very simple signs. Tell me something real. Tell me something. Tell me a big sign. Tell me a dramatic sign. And Hazrat Ali looked at his dear friend Komel, right? He had a very high intellect, so Hazrat Ali alayhi salam could talk to him in a manner that he couldn't talk to other people, right? And he told Hazrat Komel, he said, just because it's you asking, I'm going to tell you. And he took him to a spot in Najaf, and he said, see, this is the spot where you're going to be martyred. And Hazrat Komel asked, he said, this is the spot where you're going to be killed. And Hazrat Komel said, I'm going to be killed. Will I have done something wrong? Will I have done some sin? And he said, no, people are going to ask you to speak against me, and you're going to deny them. And that because of that, you're going to be killed. And Hazrat Komel said, if that's the case, I would rather die 1,000 deaths than never speak ill of you, oh Imam. But you didn't answer my question. And Hazrat Ali looked at him and he said, you see these houses here? You see all these places here? There's going to be, all of this land is going to be full of houses. And all the houses are going to have a shaitan sticking out of their house. And the name of the shaitan is going to be Nun Toy Ain. Nun Teen Ain. Nun Teen Ain. What is that? Right? And as scholars have talked, and this was that I had heard from Maulana Sadiq Hasan, Nun Teen Ain, antenna. Antennas weren't invented at that time. Now we don't know. I don't know what Hazrat Ali was talking about at that time, but I do know that Allah's promised to give us clear signs. I do know that Hazrat Ali was somebody who was very direct and gave clear signs on what happened. He didn't speak in riddles. He gave people knowledge that they could understand. So Nun Tin Ain, if you look at that, that spells antenna, right? That's not even an Arabic word. That is a word that we use now. And if you think about what happened from the invention of the antenna, right? And an antenna sticks out of everybody's house, right? Every house has an antenna. And now if you don't have an antenna, right, it's because the satellites are now our antennas in the sky. What do they provide to us? Television, radio, internet, right? And these are things that distract us from our namaz. These are things that you read an article and, oh, it says that Prophet Muhammad is, they say some horrible things about Prophet Muhammad. People read this and they come and ask me, hey, Kamel, what do you think about this? Your Prophet did this. And I stand there and I answer them, right? And this is people thinking that they're obtaining knowledge. These are people thinking, hey, I'm just passing my time. Watching NBA on NBC isn't haram. No, it's not. But if it makes you miss your namaz, is that worth your time? Is that going to help you? Right? Is watching LeBron James going to help you get into Jannah, or is praying and submitting to Allah going to help you get into Jannah? He was very, very specific. He said the name of this shaitan is Nun, Din, Ain. And this shaitan is going to keep people from doing namaz. This shaitan is going to keep people from doing good deeds. He didn't say necessarily the shaitan is going to make people, go on the internet and look at bad things. He didn't say this is going to make people do sin. He said it's going to keep people from namaz. That too is a sin, right? Anything that keeps you from namaz is a sin. So let me ask you something. If Hazrat Ali alayhi salam did actually mean nun tinay, antenna, if that's what he meant, is beware of the devil of the antenna, was he talking to Hazrat Kamel or was he talking to us? You see? So we should understand who Hazrat Ali was. You should study who Hazrat. If we're in a world, people have all these questions, right? How did the world come about? Is there a world on, intelligent life on other? What is a wormhole? What is this? Well, right? Read the Nahj al-Balagha. My cover of the Nahj al-Balagha has a picture of the galaxy on it, which I think is very fitting because not only was Hazrat Ali the Lord of the galaxy, Lord of all the galaxies, right? Let me make something very clear to you. If the Lord that you worship is not the Lord of everything, mankind, the heaven, the ants, right? It's not the Lord for you, right? You should only submit to a God who is God of everything, and you should only submit to an Imam who is Imam of everything. Yes, he was Imam of the jinn, he was Imam of the animals, he was Imam of the Jews, he was Imam of the Christians, he was Imam of anybody, whether they accepted his Imamate or not. And that is why Imam Hussein, no matter what happened, right? Yes, Yazid went and said, I am Khalifa, and yes, Muawiyah said, I am Khalifa, right? But Imam Hussein was the Imam. Imam Hussein was the true leader. It doesn't matter what you say. Allah said I'm leader. Allah said I'm leader, right? And as I sit there and I talk about the might of Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, I want to switch and I want to talk to you about a couple things, right? You hear the story about when he was giving a ghusl to Bibi Fatima Zahra alayhi salam. You hear about how he put his hand on her ribs and he felt that they were broken and he started to cry. Right? He started to cry because his beloved wife had never told him that her ribs were broken. And he cried because he felt so bad that he didn't understand the pain she was going through. Right? How about Bibi Zainab alayhi salam? Right? How about Bibi Zainab? Hazrat Ali had a daughter named Zainab. What does Zainab mean? Zainab means father's pride. Father's pride, because Hazrat Ali alayhi salam loved his daughter. Right? I say this to show you Hazrat Ali alayhi salam was a human. He loved his wife. He loved his daughter. He loved his sons Hassan and Hussein. He loved his father-in-law, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Muhammad wa ala Muhammad wa jil. He loved mankind because he was the Imam of mankind. Hazrat Ali alayhi salam. I'm going to read you this quote somebody sent me right before this majlis, right? Right before this, I want to talk to you about this. It says, hate no one, no matter how much they have wronged you. Think about what he said to Imam Hassan about Ibn Mujib. Go take care of him. Make sure people don't torture him, right? He said this about Ibn Mujib. May Allah curse him, right? Hazrat Ali said this right after he was attacked by Ibn Mujib. He told Imam Hassan alayhi salam to watch over Ibn Mujib, right? Until he was justly tried, right? And to treat him fairly. Hate no one, no matter how much they have wronged you. Remain humble, no matter how wealthy you become. Expect good, no matter how difficult life becomes. Hope, no matter how hard things get, expect good. You know why? Because Allah is a source of goodness and Allah is a provider of all things good. And Allah is loving, right? So as long as you have Allah, you have hope. Then he goes on to say, give much, even if you've been given little. No matter how you have been treated, you treat people with the utmost generosity. It doesn't matter how people treat you. When you're a friend, you be a friend for the happiness of Allah. You be a generous friend, no matter how people take advantage of you and how people think that they're getting one over on you. You still continue to be a good friend. You still continue to be a good neighbor. You do that because of the love for Allah and because you want to follow the only thing that is definite, and that's Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, and you want to follow what he says, right? And then he says, smile, even if your heart is aching. Even if your heart is aching, you smile, right? And he says, remember those who have forgotten you. Remember those who have forgotten you. Don't ever forget, right? Remember those who have forgotten you and forgive those who have wronged you. It doesn't say go and take revenge on them. He says, if somebody wronged you, forgive them. Why should you forgive? Don't you wrong Allah? Doesn't Allah forgive you? You too should forgive people who have wronged you. Do not stop praying for those you love, right? That's why we do Fatiha. One of the greatest things about so many great things about Islam. But when I talk to somebody who is of a different belief, who does not know about the greatness of Hazrat Ali alayhi salam and the Sirat al-Mustaqim, and they lose a loved one, and they cry and they cry and they miss them, and I just wish I could do something for them. And I tell them, let's give your loved one a gift. Let's recite Surah Fatiha for them. And as we do this, I tell them this is one of the benefits of Allah, that our loved ones who left this world are not lost. You can give them a gift right now. Any given time, any moment of your life, you can give a gift. You don't have to have any money to do it. You don't have to get in your car to do it. You don't have to buy a card to do it. You don't need wrapping paper. All you need is the knowledge of the Sirat al-Mustaqim. All you need is to recite the glorification of Allah in the honor of your loved one, and Allah will provide them with this gift that you sent them. This is one of the many benefits of Allah. And this is one of the many advantages of understanding the path of Hazrat Ali alayhi salam. You see, death is only a part of life, and it's something, and it's actually the best part of life. I say Hazrat Ali loved everything. You know what Hazrat Ali did not love? This world. He did not love this world. He cautioned us about this world over and over, just like he cautioned us about Noon, Teen, Ain, antenna, right? Think about that, right? Like I said, I don't know what Hazrat Ali meant, right? But I do know he does, provide us with clear signs. And if you sit there and you think about the state of the world right now, right? I grew up, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I remember my first color TV. I was probably 4 years old, and I remember we bought our first color TV, right? That's how old I am. I remember I got my first email address in college. I remember a time when if you wanted to talk to somebody, you either have to go to the house and knock on their door, or you have to call and talk to their parents and ask, hey, can someone come to the phone right now? And if their parents were in a bad mood, they say, don't stop calling, right? Well, we didn't stop calling, right? This is how the world was. And I think about how the world is now and how more lost people are getting, people including me. I say people, I'm not being condescending, right? You know who's lost? I'm lost. You know who's a sinner? I'm a sinner, right? You know who needs Allah's mercy? I need Allah's mercy. So when you pray tonight, pray for Allah to send mercy on me, right? But as I tell my children, don't be like me, be better than me. Don't let the distractions of living in Orange County, living in Southern California, having all these great distractions, don't let them sway you from praying your namaz like it has done to me and has become part of who I am. Unfortunately, this is not something I'm proud of, right? But we can all change, right? It says no matter how, Hazrat Ali says, no matter what life is giving you, you have hope. You expect goodness, and I expect Allah's mercy, and I pray for Allah's mercy. And inshallah, one day I'll be worthy of Allah's mercy. And inshallah, we will all stand on the gates of Jannah together, right? And as I talk about Imam Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, and I tell you that yes, he was a man who had feelings. Yes, he did mourn when he lost his wife, Bibi Fatima Zahra. Yes, he did love his daughter so much, his daughter, first daughter. He had two sons, Imam Hassan and Imam Hussain. After that, Bibi Zainab came. And anybody who has a daughter, right? The first time your daughter opens her eyes and looks at you, oh my God, never felt love, never seen somebody look at me with so much love as a daughter looking at her father. It melts your heart, right? And that's why Hazrat Ali alayhi salam named her father's pride, Zainab, right? And he taught her many things. He taught her first about the oneness of Allah. And how do I know this? Because there's a story where Hazrat Ali alayhi salam was teaching Bibi Zainab. She knew how to say one. So he's saying one. He said, now say two. And she wouldn't say two. And he said, my daughter, why won't you say two? She said, in a house where there was only one, how could I say two? You see what a great example he was teaching, faith and oneness to his daughter so much that when she was an infant, she couldn't even conceive two because she was trying to conceive the oneness of Allah, right? But I tell you the story because I want you to think about a father talking to his daughter and telling her, okay, now say two, now say three. This is Hazrat Ali alayhi salam talking to his baby daughter. Yes, Hazrat Ali alayhi salam was a man, and he lived amongst men, and he lived a human life, right? He was a man who was persecuted. He was a man who saw his family persecuted. He saw his wife murdered. He knew that the people were going to murder his children and were going to torture his daughters and were going to torture his grandchildren. He knew this. This is a man who understood all of these things, right? And, Imam Hassan alayhi salam was 37 years old when Hazrat Ali alayhi salam was martyred, right? And right after he was attacked in the Masjid Kufa, right? A man who's born in Kaaba attacked at the great Masjid Kufa, right? the screams were coming from Masjid Kufa, and Bibi Zainab heard these screams. Bibi Zainab, father's pride, it was her name, heard the screams getting louder and louder as they approached her house, and she knew that these screams could only be because something happened to my father. And she saw her brothers, Imam Hassan and Imam Hussein, carry their father into the house, and she saw him covered in blood. And just as he said to Imam, may curses come on him, or just as he said to him, one day you're going to make this red with the blood from here. Yes, that is what happened, because he was struck with the poisonous sword that split his head in two. But how strong was this man? He lived for 3 days. He lived for 3 days, and when he was struck with the sword, instead of saying, ouch, he said, I have achieved success. I have achieved success, because he knew that not a single moment in his life did he falter in his faith in Allah. Not a single moment in his life did he listen to the whisperings of shaitan and do something he wasn't supposed to do. He knew that he loved Hazrat Ali, that he loved Allah from the second he was conceived till the second he was struck with this cursed sword and beyond, right? And then his son, right, who everybody loved, Imam Hassan alayhi salam, was beloved by everybody because of his character, right? And as he was addressing the nation of Islam after his father, right? After his father, he said, this night has gone beyond this transitory world. A person who no one had surpassed earlier, and none would be his equal in the future. A man whom no one had surpassed earlier, and none would be his equal in the future. There is no doubt that he was with the Holy Prophet in religious wars, and he used to protect him even at the extent of putting his own life at risk. Hazrat Ali put Prophet Muhammad's life before his own life, right? And Imam Hassan continued to say on any mission that he was assigned by the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam to lead, Jibreel used to be on his right side and Mikael used to be on his left side. This is how Hazrat Ali entered the battlefield. Imam Hassan said this in his sermon. He said Jibreel was on his right side and Mikael was on his left side. And Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, would not return until the Almighty God granted him success. Hazrat Ali alayhi salam did never come short at anything he was supposed to do, anything the Prophet had assigned him to do. He asked him to sleep in his bed and protect his life, and Hazrat Ali alayhi salam did that. I heard somebody recap that, and they said, you know what amazing feat it was for Hazrat Ali alayhi salam to lie in that bed that night. You think about this. Hazrat Ali alayhi salam was a man who stayed up all night in prayer, right? Stayed up all night in prayer, right? So when Prophet Muhammad said, hey, you sleep in my bed, he said, you lay down in my bed. He said, you sleep in my bed. What did Hazrat Ali alayhi salam do when he's used to staying up all night? He slept in his bed. How can a man find peace and sleep when he's used to being up all night? But Prophet Muhammad told him to. How can a man find peace when you're not in your own bed? You're not in the comfort and you're going to toss and turn, yet he slept, right? How can a man sleep when you know that people are going to come and try to kill you? But Hazrat Ali slept. Why? Because he obeyed Prophet Muhammad. And Prophet Muhammad said, sleep in my bed tonight. So he protected Prophet Muhammad, right? And he did not return from any battle without success, with Jibreel on his right side and Hazrat Mikael on his left side, right? And then Imam Hassan in the sermon, right? I'm giving commentary in the middle of the sermon, but I'll let you know when the parts of the sermon begin so you can understand. I want you to think about the power of the words that Imam Hassan is saying, right? The weight of the words he's saying. Imam Hassan continued to say that he, Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, has been martyred in the same night which Prophet Moses had died, where the Prophet Jesus was elevated to the sky, and on the night when Quran was revealed, right? Prophet Moses had died on the 19th of Ramadan. Hazrat Isa was elevated to the sky, right? The crucifixion of Christ, right? That's what they talk about, the crucifixion of Christ. We as Muslims know that Hazrat Isa was not crucified. No, Allah lifted him to Jannat, right? But that day that everybody reveres with wearing a cross on their neck, right? That day, they don't even know what day it happened. Why? Because they don't have the gate of knowledge to walk through. We have the gate of knowledge to walk through. We have Hazrat Ali alayhi salam to open the gates of knowledge and say, you listen to the knowledge of, the knowledge is now passed down to my son Hassan, and then his son Hussein, and then Imam Zain, all the way to our living Imam, Imam Mehdi Sahib Zaman alayhi salam. My condolences to you, living Imam. Sallallahu Muhammad wa alayhi Muhammad wa ajil farajum. So when people come and tell you that, hey, I can't hang out with you because you're not Christian, you can ask them, do you even know what day the crucifixion happened? Do you even know what happened to Hazrat Isa? We are an expert on things that they should be experts on because they feel like they love Christ, right? So on the 19th of, as Imam Hassan, he said, he has been martyred on the same night which Prophet Moses had died. Prophet Jesus Jesus Christ was elevated to the sky, and the Holy Quran was revealed. Now you look and you say these aren't all on the same nights. No, on the 19th of Ramadan was when Hazrat Musa died. On the 21st of Ramadan was when the non-crucifixion happened and Hazrat Isa was lifted to Jannat. And on the 27th of Ramadan was when Hazrat Ali was buried. So this is what Imam Hassan is talking about, right? And then Imam Hassan continues to say he's been martyred. Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, has not left any worldly wealth except for 700 dirhams, which was left over from his distribution. And he wanted to make arrangements for a servant in his household. So instead, he gave me, Imam Hassan, the money which I will return to Bayt al-Mal, right? He's going to return it to the Islamic treasury, right? Hazrat Isa alayhi salam was known for wanting to go to sleep at night with no worldly possessions. Hazrat Ali alayhi salam lived his life and died with no worldly possessions, right? We want to sit there and, I want to do this and keep money for my legacy and for my children so they could have it easy. You should be giving your money to charity, right? You should leave the sanctity, the security of your family to no other than Allah, right? That's not to say that we should spend all our money, but Hazrat Ali, he didn't spend his money on jays. He didn't spend his money going on vacation, right? He didn't say, it's been too much. People ridiculing me too much. Imam, with this too much, I need to take a vacation, right? He didn't do that. No, he spent his life and his money in charity. This is what made Hazrat Ali alayhi salam happy, was giving charity, helping the needy, right? He was the father of the orphans. I talked yesterday about how Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, when the poison was going through his body, and the doctor said, maybe we could help weaken the poison by putting milk on him, right? And they couldn't go to the refrigerator in 7-Eleven and buy 20 gallons of milk. No, they had to go milk cows. Back in the day, they didn't have refrigerators, right? And so the doctors called out, does anyone have milk? Does anyone have milk? And the orphans stood at Hazrat Ali's doorstep, plates full of milk. These orphans stood there giving him milk. Why? Because Hazrat Ali is the father of orphans too. Right? Hazrat Ali in his last words asked us to watch over orphans. This was what Hazrat Ali wanted to make sure. He told his own family who loved Allah. He told his own daughter who said, I can't say two because Allah is one. He told that daughter, he said, don't ever lose your faith. Don't ever go astray in this world. This is who a man like Hazrat Ali was. So why do we sit here arrogantly thinking that we're never going to go astray? Why do we sit here arrogantly thinking that because we do namaz once in a while, we're such great people? We show up to mosque and we do ghibat and we don't listen to the masjid, to the majlis. We stand outside and talk to her. I do all of this. I stand outside and talk to my friends at the masjid. I go and I pray and I think that I'm so holy right now. Allah, you're going to give me anything I want. I just did Zohar namaz. So what? So what? Hey, Allah, look, yeah, I didn't get up for namaz, but I'm praying qaza. That's awesome of me, right? No, it's not. It's very shameful thing to do. We should all be ashamed of this. Please, on this night, Laylatul Qadr, pray for forgiveness of my sins. Please, my brothers and sisters, aunties and uncles, my family members listening, please pray for forgiveness of my sins, that Allah will give me strength to not be weak and not be distracted by noon teen ayn, by the antenna, by the shaitans that distract me, and there's the demons within me that make me do these things, right? And after Imam Hassan talked about the 700 dirhams that he was going to return to the Bayt al-Mal, Imam Hassan wept. And when I wanted to deliver the sermon, I wanted to show you the power of it, I wanted to weep like Imam Hassan did, right? But my heart is hard. My heart is hard, and I talk about the death of Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, and my eyes are dry. I'm so ashamed of that. You'd be better than me. Think about Amir al-Mu'mineen. You want to think about him suffering with Zainab. Zainab, that means father's pride. He named her that because he's a father who saw the love of a daughter's eyes. And he named her father's pride, and she's watching him die. Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, who gave his entire life in service to mankind, right? Even after he was struck with the sword, he invited people into his house. He said, ask me before you lose me. People asked him questions like, how much hair do I have on my head, so they could prove him wrong. How would it disrespect people would do, but he answered people's questions even until the final day. And on this day, Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, how sick was he? He wasn't taking any more visitors except for family. How sick must he have been, because he wanted a man who spent his whole life in service, right? He called each and every one of his family members, and he said to them, he said that Imam Hassan is your master. Imam Hassan is your master. Imam Hassan is your master. Every single family member came, except there was a young boy named Abbas that was sitting there waiting for his turn to have his final moment with his father. And he never came to him. And like a mother often does when she sees her son and she sees her son hurting, right? This mother, al-Banin, came to Hazrat Ali alayhi salam and said, did you forget about Abbas? And he said, how could I forget about Abbas? And he called Hazrat Abbas alayhi salam, and everybody that he told, Imam Hassan is your master, he looked to Abbas and he said, Imam Hussein is your master. Imam Hussein is your master. Please take care of Hussein. And this is what he said to Hazrat Abbas alayhi salam. And Hazrat Abbas alayhi salam kept this advice and heeded this advice until the very last moment of his life when his arms had been cut off and he fell off of his horse onto his face with arrows in his eyes, fell on his face, and he rolled over, and his only wish was to see the face of his master, Imam Hussein alayhi salam. Right? This was the advice that the great man Amir al-Mu'mineen had given to Hazrat Abbas, a young child, on that day. And so Imam Hassan, when he reached this point in the speech, he started to cry, and the people comforted him, and then he stood up and he cleaned his eyes. And somehow, after losing such a great son like Hassan, imagine losing a father. Now imagine losing a father like Hazrat Ali alayhi salam. I lost a father and he was a great man, but is not a great man like Hazrat Ali alayhi salam. I can only imagine how losing a father like Hazrat Ali alayhi salam must have felt. This was such a great man like Imam Hassan, losing such a great father like Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, right? Somebody, you think you feel love towards your parents? You think the love that Hazrat Ali felt far surpassed the love that anybody felt. The love that Imam Hussein felt far surpassed the love that anybody could ever feel, right? They are the source, the direct creations of their light was the first creation of Allah. Allah had purified them in the creation. Their light was purified, and Allah had let them marinated in the creation of goodness, the creation of love. These lights marinated in that before the entire world was expanded. So the love that you feel towards anybody, anything could not equal the love that Imam Hassan and Imam Hussein, Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, felt towards each other. And on this day when Imam Hassan had lost his father and he was crying during his sermon, and he stood up and he found the strength. I say this so you can understand how hard it was for Imam Hassan alayhi salam to find strength and to continue to talk. And as he continued to speak, right, he continued to speak to the people of Kufa. He said, "O men, apart from those who know me being Imam Hassan alayhi salam, O men, apart from those who know me, those who don't should be aware that I am Hassan. I am Hassan, son of Ali, and I am son of the Holy Prophet, and I am the son of his heir. I am the son, the one who has been called the lamp," right? Prophet Muhammad, they called him the lamp, the light, the lamp resplendent. I am the one, the Ahlul Bayt, whom Jibreel used to come and fly back from them. Jibreel used to come and visit them. The night of Hadith Kissa, right? Bibi Fatima doesn't say, "Oh, my father said the angel said this." No. Bibi Fatima says the angels asked, "Who are these people?" Right? How does she know the angels asked? She didn't say, "My father said." No, she heard the angels. She said Jibreel came down to join us in the cloak. She doesn't say, "Oh, my father said, hey, Jibrail's here and he's joining." No, she saw Hazrat Jibreel and he came down and he joined the cloak. And Imam Hassan, Imam Hussein, Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, they watched this. They watched this because Jibreel would visit them, right? He said, I am Ahlul Bayt, to whom Jibreel used to come and fly back from. I am the family of the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad wa jafar. I am the family of the Holy Prophet, which has been kept away from any kind of uncleanliness, no imperfections in them, nothing, no uncleanliness. By Allah, He has purified us with a thorough purification. No, He didn't sloppily purify them. He purified this household, so there was no doubt to anybody who wanted to know what perfection is. You look to the house of Prophet Muhammad and you see perfection. My daughter asks me all the time, and I love her for this, "Hey, Dad, how do we know we're on the right path?" She's scared to go to hell. She doesn't want to go to hellfire. I don't want to go to hellfire. Please pray for my forgiveness tonight, right? My daughter asks me, "Dad, how do we know we're on the right path?" And I tell her, because we're on the path of Hazrat Ali alayhi salam. And Hazrat Ali was a man who existed. You see this stone right here? You see the stone in this ring? I wear this on very special nights only. This is a stone that was taken from the marble above the headstone of a very important man, a man named Imam Hussein alayhi salam, the grandson of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad wa jafar. These people existed. Their graves exist. There are historians, both Islamic historians and non-Islamic historians, who recap their lives. And so that's how I know, beyond a doubt, right? My Lord is the Lord of Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, because a man like him the Lord he submits to, that is the only Lord that is worthy for me to submit to. And a man like Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, he's the only man that is worthy for me to call him king and to call his descendants king. And that's why Imam Mahdi Sahib was Zaman alayhi salam is the only man alive in this world that I will submit to. The only man alive that I will proudly call myself a servant to. And don't get me wrong, this isn't involuntary servitude. It is my pleasure to try to be your servant. Sit there and I say, oh, I'm the servant of Imam, but no. Like I said, I have sins. Please pray for the forgiveness of my sins tonight, right? Please pray that Allah gives me the strength to be a good servant of Imam Mahdi Sahib was Imam alayhi salam, right? As Imam Hassan alayhi salam, with tears in his eyes, finding strength after what had happened to his father. His father didn't just die, his father was murdered in front of his eyes. In front of his eyes, his head was split in two, and he saw blood squirting from his head all over his body, and he continued namaz. And when he went to go lift his father up, his father, Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, was laying in a pool of his own blood. A pool of his own blood, right? And his own blood, Imam Hassan and Imam Hussein, they were his blood too. They picked him up and they took him to the house where Bibi Zainab and Bibi Kulthum were waiting, right? Imam Hassan had gone through all of this, and he still had the strength to stand there and address the people of Kufa. And he calmed down and he said to them, he said that Allah's purified us. We are the purified ones, right? And he continued, Imam Hassan continued to say, our love and respect has been made obligatory on you. Our love and respect is obligatory on you by Allah and on every Muslim, on every man and woman, not just every Muslim, every man and woman. You are obligated to love the Ahlul Bayt. You are obligated to love the house of the Prophet. You are obligated to love Imam Hassan alayhi salam. And he said this to everybody. He said, in the Holy Quran, Allah has commanded, say, O Muhammad, I do not ask of you any recompense for it, the toils of being prophet. He didn't ask him for any payment of Prophet Muhammad said, Allah, I don't ask you for any payment of prophecy, save the love of my relatives. And whoever earns good, we increase for him good therein. This is the 42nd surah, the 23rd ayat, right? I do not ask anything of you except the love for my relatives. That is what it says in the Quran. Prophet Muhammad said to Allah that I don't want any payment for what I do. All I want, Allah, is that the love of my family. The love of my family, and whoever earns good, increase him for more good, right? And then Imam Hassan said, after he said this verse, he said, so earning good really is our love. Imam Hassan said, if you want to earn good, love us, love me. And that is the words that Imam Hassan used to claim imamate, to claim the Khalifa, and to claim his succession to Hazrat Ali alayhi salam. He did not come and say, hey, this man is a liar who is going to take, the man Muawiyah who's trying to take my imamate, the Khalifate is a liar, and this person did this. He did not come and curse the man curses on Ibn Muljim, right? He didn't do that. He came and he explained who Prophet Muhammad was, how great he was, how great Hazrat Ali was. He explained the house he was from, right? He held up the Quran and he said, in the Quran, all your Prophet asked for is the love of his family, and I am his family. And if you want to do good and if you want goodness, then you must love me. So if you want goodness, my brothers and sisters, love the Ahlul Bayt. If you want goodness, submit to your Imam, right? I always say this, there are people looking for our Imam. Are we looking for our Imam? There are people looking for his Imam, for our Imam, but they're hunting him. They're hunting him. They want to kill him. They want to destroy him. They want to extinguish the light of Imam, just like Ibn Muljim curses on him, tried to do that day. There are people hunting our Imam. At this moment where you're sitting there on the sofa listening to me talk, right? There are people hunting your Imam. Not just my Imam, they're hunting your Imam. But what are you doing about it? We should purify our life, cleanse our soul, stop distracting ourselves with irrelevant stuff. We should walk the path of Sirat al-Mustaqim, open the gates of knowledge, the gates of Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, walk through the gates of knowledge and purify yourself from the deceptions of this world. Purify yourself from the deceptions of this world. Open your heart to today. Think about the greatness of Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, and if thinking about his greatness makes you not be able to mourn for him because he was such a great man, he's going to heaven, right? It was a great thing for him. Then how about Bibi Zainab? How about Father's Pride was her name, right? How about her when, think about how time after time she never knew what was going to happen when she opened her door, right? One day, her door was destroyed and thrown on her mother, right? her unborn baby brother Hazrat Mohsin was killed, right? That's the first instance I could, I want to tell you about Bibi Zainab opening a door, right? On this day, she opened the door and she saw her brother covered with blood. Soon, 10 years after, she would open the door and she would say, see Janabi Qasim with his kurta covered in blood, because the blood of Imam Hussein, as he spit up blood because he had been poisoned, right? Her young nephew had come to her door, right? Knocking on her door covered in blood, right? Then Bibi Zainab, years later, had opened the door of the tents to watch her beloved brother Imam Hussein get his neck cut off. And his neck, it was cut off with 12 strokes of the sword, because the neck was so dry that it took 12 strokes of Shimmer, curses on Shimmer's sword to cut her neck, right? But Hazrat Ali alayhi salam instructed, he said, forgive those who have wronged you. And he instructed Imam Hassan alayhi salam, he said, if I die, Ibn Muljim curses on Ibn Muljim, his life is the decision on what to do with his life is in your hands, Imam Hassan. And if you decide to kill him with one stroke. Don't torture him. Kill him with one stroke of the sword. You see, this is the mercy of Hazrat Ali alayhi salam. And if this is the mercy of the creation, imagine the mercy of the Creator. If this is the love of the creation, imagine the love of the Creator. That's right. Hazrat Ali alayhi salam was a creation. He was a creation who submitted to Allah. And we should look at Hazrat Ali alayhi salam. We should revere Hazrat Ali alayhi salam. And we should acknowledge that your God is my God. And if Hazrat Ali alayhi salam prayed and told his family to make sure that they don't go astray and they don't lose their faith, then we should be humbled. We should be humbled and grateful that we have a night like tonight, Shab Qadr, and a night like the 21st of Ramadan, where we have the knowledge of what happened tonight, so we could do the proper traditions and the proper dua tonight to strengthen our heart, to strengthen our dua. That's right. Let's purify our intentions tonight. Before we start Amals, we're going to start Amals very shortly tonight, right? Purify your intentions. Clear all negative intentions from your mind. Perform wudu. Recite salawat as many times as you can. Think about Hazrat Ali alayhi salam and the fact that he was the father of us. Not just the father of Imam Hassan and Imam Hussein. Not just a guiding light for people who lived at the time. No. He gave advice to us. They didn't have Noon Teen Ain then. They didn't have antennas then. We have antennas now. Right? We have the, and let's understand that Hazrat Ali alayhi salam's knowledge is the gate of Hazrat Ali alayhi salam is the gate of knowledge, and there is no knowledge. You can't enter the city of knowledge. You can't begin to get benefits from the city until you enter the gate. So let's open the gate of the city of knowledge. Let's open the life of Hazrat Ali alayhi salam and walk into it and understand that the only truth is Haqi Ali. The only path is the path of Hazrat Ali alayhi salam. He is Siratul Mustaqim. He is our, he is our Imam. He is the father of our living Imam, Bar Muhammad wa ala Muhammad sallallahu Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad wajil farajahum. We're going to have a short, matum. Excuse me. We're going to have some nohas for Hazrat Ali alayhi salam. After that, I want to start the amals a little bit quickly since tomorrow is Monday. So please continue to tune in to our YouTube channel, and we will continue to pray together tonight. Please pray for forgiveness of my sins. Please pray for forgiveness of the sins of my marhum, the sins of my family. And let's all of us, as I like to say, when we're standing at the gates of Jannat, and inshallah we will be on the day of judgment standing on the gates of Jannat, how can it be that we are going to enter those gates without looking around and seeing each and every one of our community members coming with us? So on this night, purify any evil, jealousy, hatred from your heart, and pray for the benefit of all of our community members. And may Allah increase our knowledge, increase our faith, and give us the strength to never waver from the right path. Bar Muhammad wa ala Muhammad sallallahu Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad wajil farajahum. Ya Ali, Ya Ali, Ya Ali, Ya Ali,
Ya Ali, 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 मोमिनो है दर करे रार का मातम कर लो, मोमिनो है दर करे रार का मातम कर लो, मोमिनो है दर करे रार का मातम कर लो, मोमिनो है दर कर रार का
Ducky
मातम
bite if he hops on. He'll
कर
do it.
लो है मोमिनो
If you want me to do
है
it,
दर कर रार का मातम
after
कर लो
beautiful.
हाँ मोहम्मद के अलम दार का मातम कर लो हाँ मोहम्मद के अलम दार का मातम कर लो मोमिनो
Yeah,
है
Ducky's on.
दर कर
He's doing
का मातम कर लो खाकुड़ाओ के अली शेर खुदा मारे गए खाकुड़ाओ के अली शेर खुदा मारे गए है खाकुड़ाओ के अली शेर खुदा मारे गए बाजुए अहमद मुख तार का मातम कर लो बाजुए अहमद मुख तार का मातम कर लो मोमिनो है दर कर रार का मातम कर लो जो के पांचों में भी है 12 इमामों में भी है जो के पांचों में भी है 12 इमामों में भी है जो के पांचों में भी है 12 इमामों में भी है सारे नबियों के मदद गार का मातम कर लो सारे नबियों के मदद गार का मातम कर लो मोमिनो है दर कर रार का मातम कर लो हर वली कहता है ये करके अली का मातम हर वली कहता है ये करके अली का मातम हर वली कहता है ये करके अली का मातम मेरे आका मेरे सर कार का मातम कर लो मेरे आका मेरे सर हार का मातम कर लो मोमिनो है दर कर रार का मातम कर लो मिलके जिब्रील के उस ताद का पुरसा दे दो मिलके जिब्रील के उस ताद का पुरसा दे दो मिलके जिब्रील के उस ताद का पुरसा दे दो साहिबे दुल तल वार का मातम कर लो साहिबे दुल तल वार का मातम कर लो मोमिनो है दर कर रार का मातम कर लो अपने कातिल को दिया जिसने के जामे शीरी अपने कातिल को दिया जिसने के जामे हिरी अपने कातिल को दिया जिसने के जामे शीरी कौसरे जाम के मुख तार का मातम कर लो कौसरी जाम के मुख तार का मातम कर लो मोमिनो है दर दर कर रार का मातम कर लो, हाँ मोहम्मद के अलम दार का मातम कर लो, मोमिनो है दर कर रार का मातम कर लो, मोमिनो है दर कर रार का मातम कर लो, या अली या अली।
ये जनाजा है अली का, शाह खैबर गिर का। ये जनाजा है अली का, ये जनाजा है अली का, शाह खैबर गिर का। ये जनाजा है अली का, आज बाबा मर गया है शब्बरो शब्बीर का। ये जनाजा है अली का, ये जनाजा है अली का, शाह खैबर गिर का। ये जनाजा है अली का, आज बाबा मर गया है ज़ैनबो कुसुम का। ये जनाजा है अली का, फातिमा ज़हरा के मरकद से सदा आने लगी। फातिमा ज़हरा के मरकद से सदा आने लगी, हाय सदा आने लगी। ये मसायब रह गया था क्या मेरी तकदीर का। ये जनाजा है अली का, या रसूल अल्लाह ये जिब्रील ने रोकर कहा। या रसूल अल्लाह ये जिब्रील ने रोकर कहा, हाय ये रोकर कहा। एक हल्का और टूटा नूर की जंजीर का। ये जनाजा है अली का, आज बाबा मर गया है ज़ैनबो कुसुम का। ये जनाजा है अली का, क्यों चलाई तेग हैदर पर मैंने मुलजिम बता। क्यों चलाई तेग हैदर पर मैंने मुलजिम बता। ऐ बिने मुलजिम बता, कत्ल कुरान कर दिया काटा गला तफसीर का। ये जनाजा है अली का, ये जनाजा है अली का, शाह खैबर गिर का। ये जनाजा है अली का, गम अली की बेटियों के फिर से ताजा हो गए। गम अली की बेटियों के फिर से ताजा हो गए, हाय ताजा हो गए। गम अभी भूली कहाँ थी मादरे दिलगीर का। ये जनाजा है अली का, आज बाबा मर गया है ज़ैनबो शब्बीर का। ये जनाजा है अली का, नजरों में जाने अली को क्या ख्याल आता रहा। हाय ख्याल आता रहा, मुँह कभी ज़ैनब का देखा और कभी शब्बीर का। ये जनाजा है अली का, बेटियों को देखते हैं और रोते हैं अली। हाय रोते हैं अली, हाय वो जालिम तसव्वुर शाम की तशहीर का, ये जनाजा है अली का। आज बाबा मर गया है शबरो शबीर का, ये जनाजा है अली का। छोटे से अब्बास भी रोते हैं सर को पीट कर, छोटे से अब्बास भी रोते हैं सर को पीट कर, हाय सर को पीट कर। बचपना अब्बास का और जख्म दिल पर तीर का, ये जनाजा है अली का। आज बाबा मर गया है अब्बास और शब्बीर का, ये जनाजा है अली का। बाप की मैयत से ज़ैनब का लिपटना बार बार, हाय लिपटना बार बार। दिल हिला देता था रोना शाह की हमशीर का, ये जनाजा है अली का। आज बाबा मर गया है ज़ैनबो कुसुम का, ये जनाजा है अली का। या हुसैन
या हुसैन,
या हुसैन
या अली,
या अली, या अली, या अली, या अली, या अली, या अली, या अली, या अली, या अली, या अली, या अली, या अली, या अली, या अली, या अली, या अली।
मोहम्मद सल्लल्लाहु अल्लाहुम्मा सल्ली अला मोहम्मद व आले मोहम्मद वजल फरज। दुआ फरज। बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। इलाही अज़मल बला व बरह अल खफा वन कशफ अल गिता वन कता अर रजा व दाकत अल अर्दो व मुनअत अस समा व अंतल मुस्तआनु व इलैकल मुश्तका व इलैकल मअवलु फी शिद्दती व रखा। اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد أولي الأمر الذين فرضت علينا طاعتهم وعرفتنا بذلك منزلتهم ففرج عنا بحقهم فرجا عاجلا قريبا كلمح البصر أو هو أقرب. يا محمد يا علي يا علي يا محمد اكفياني فإنكما كافيان وانصراني فإنكما ناصران. يا مولانا يا صاحب الزمان الغوث الغوث الغوث. أدركني 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 الساعة 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 الأجل الأجل الأجل. يا أرحم الراحمين بحق محمد وآله الطاهرين. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد
عجل فرجه.
زيارة.
السلام عليك يا رسول الله، السلام عليك يا حبيب الله، السلام عليك يا محمد بن عبد الله، السلام عليك يا أمير المؤمنين، السلام عليك يا إمام المتقين، السلام عليك يا أيها الصراط المستقيم. اللهم لعن قتلة أمير المؤمنين. السلام عليك يا فاطمة الزهراء يا سيدة النساء العالمين. السلام عليك يا بنت رسول رب العالمين. السلام عليك يا سبت أكبر يا أبا محمد يا حسن بن علي المجتبى. السلام عليك يا سيد الشهداء. السلام عليك يا حسين بن علي. الله السلام على الحسين وعلى علي بن الحسين وعلى أولاد الحسين وعلى أصحاب الحسين. السلام عليك يا سيد الساجدين يا علي بن الحسين يا زين العابدين. السلام عليك يا محمد بن علي الباقر العلوم. السلام عليك يا أبا محمد يا جعفر بن محمد الصادق. السلام عليك يا باب الهوائج يا موسى بن جعفر القاسم. السلام عليك يا غريب الغرباء. السلام عليك يا معين الضعفاء والفقراء. السلام عليك يا سلطان أبو الحسن يا علي بن موسى الرضا ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليك يا محمد بن علي التقي الجواد. السلام عليك يا محمد بن علي بن محمد النقي الهادي. السلام عليك يا حسن بن علي الزكي العسكري. السلام عليك يا صاحب العصر والزمان. الأمان 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 من فتنة الزمان. السلام عليك يا خليفة الرحمن. السلام عليك يا إمام الإنس والجان. السلام عليك يا مظهر الإيمان. السلام عليك يا شريك القرآن. السلام عليك يا قاطع البرهان. السلام عليك يا إمام زماننا. هذا أجل الله فرجك واستحل الله مخرجك وظهورك. السلام عليك ورحمة الله وبركاته. صلوات. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم.
دعاء حجت. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم كل وليك الحجة ابن الحسن صلواتك عليه وعلى آبائه في هذه الساعة وفي كل ساعة وليا وحافظا وقائدا وناصرا ودليلا وعينا حتى تسكنه أرضك طوعا وتمتعه فيها طويلا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
English transliteration. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Most Merciful. O Allah, please do send the blessings of Muhammad and to the household of Prophet Muhammad. Your blessings be upon him and to his forefathers in this hour and in every hour. A guardian, a protector, a leader, a helper, a proof, and an eye, until you make him live in this earth in obedience to you and cause him to live in it for a long time. For Muhammad wa ali Muhammad salawat.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad wa ajil farajah.
Mu'minat, the time is now 10:51. At 11, inshallah, I'll try to be strict on the time. We'll start the Quran Amal. If we want to, we could take 15-minute break before Joseph Kabir, but I think in the spirit of tomorrow being Monday, let's try to get the Quran Amal started as soon as possible. A couple quick announcements is this is after the Amals, this will conclude our 3-day program to commemorate the death of Hazrat Ali alayhi salam. Our next program, we will have the Amals online on the 23rd of Ramazan. But our program with Maulana Sayyid Abdul Bagrami will start the next day on the 24th of Ramadan on the 5th of May. I had announced that he will be here on the 23rd of Ramadan. That plan is no longer the schedule. We're going to be starting. Maulana Sayyid Abdul Bagrami will be live and in person in Los Angeles starting Wednesday, which will be the 24th of Ramadan. So Mu'min and Mu'minat are encouraged to please come and attend. We have programs all the way until the end of Ramadan on the 1st of Shawwal. And we will continue to obtain knowledge and as much benefits as we can in these final 10 days. On next Thursday, we'll do Dua Kumel, and Maulana Sayyid Abdul Bagrami will lead the Namaz Jafar Tayyar. Inshallah, we'll have a Qabristan Majlis, and he will lead the Namaz on the 1st of Shawwal. I don't want to say the name of that event because of the tragedy that happened today, but at the end of Ramadan, we will have the morning program will be led by Maulana Sayyid Abdul Bagrami. So let's take now. It's a 7-minute break. I took an extra minute to talk, but let's go ahead, do wudu, and we will try to meet up once again. 7 minutes to start the Quran Amal. If you want to prepare for the Quran Amal, obviously do wudu and get a Quran. It's called the Quran Amal. So there's part of the Amal that we open the Quran and put it on our head and do it. Please remember me. Pray for my forgiveness of my sins. Pray for my family, my room, and kullu mu'minin mu'minat. Wa Muhammad wa ali Muhammad salawat.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad
wa ali Muhammad wa ajil farajah. Nare Hedri. Ya Ali.
Momin Mominat, we're still doing our wazoos and getting ready for the Amal, so just a couple more minutes and inshallah we'll begin. Thank you.
Which time?
Or Muhammad wa ali Muhammad salawat.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad wa ajil faraj.
Thank you for your patience. I know we were trying to start a little early, and I think we somewhat accomplished that. So, just so we, to start the Amal, intention is important. So, obviously, our intention for the Amal is for the night of Shab Qadr, but I also want us to purify our intentions, and let's intend to take any ill will, any hatred, any jealousy out of our hearts, any greed out of our hearts. Ya Allah, please allow us to ask for du'as that empower us spiritually and bring us closer to you. And Ya Allah, please give us the love and the remembrance of the Ahlul Bayt when we do these amals, and also when we ask for a dua. On this night, the angels take our duas and present them to Imam Zamana, who stands in intercession to present our list of dua to Allah. Though Allah hears our dua, we also have an interceder, a perfect, infallible, pure interceder on our behalf that has the love of Allah and will present our duas to Allah. So in respect for that, let's only ask for things that are good for us. And Ya Allah, please give us the knowledge and the wisdom and the strength to only ask for those things that are good for us, and those things that are not good for us, Ya Allah, please purify our hearts so we don't desire things that are not good for us in this world and in the hereafter. The prayers that we do tonight is equal to the prayers of 1,000 months, right? So this is one of the many benefits, many signs of the generosity of our Almighty, all generous Lord, whose kingdom is unmatched and will never end. Bar Muhammad wa ali Muhammad sallallahu.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad wa ajil faraj.
Anybody who hasn't taken a ghusl tonight, please take a ghusl tonight. The niyat is for Shab Qadr, right? And so the first part of the amal is we're going to do a 2 rakat namaz. In each rakat, Surah Fatiha once and Surah Tawheed 7 times. After that, we'll start. We will do in Astaghfar Tasbih, and then we will do the rites for the amal, which include another Astaghfar Tasbih and Ilana Tasbih, and then go into the Quran amal. So, Mu'min and Mu'minat are please requested to follow along and keep me and my family and in your prayers, and please pray for my forgiveness. Bar Muhammad wa ala Muhammad sallallahu.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad wa ajil faraj.
I will be reciting the namaz out loud, but we're praying the namaz separately. I'll do the niyat and I will recite the namaz out loud. If you finish before me, just please wait, and we will continue the amals. Bar Muhammad wa ala Muhammad sallallahu.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
7 times. So the namaz is 1 time Surah Hamd and 7 times Qul Huwallah.
What's the niyat?
The niyat is okay, let him know what the namaz is too. Okay, so again, the namaz is, the niyat is, I'm doing namaz for the night of Shab Qadr, Sunnat, Qurbatan ilallah. Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Malik Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina as-siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladhina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Qul huwallahu ahad. Allahu samad. Lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Qul huwallahu ahad. Allahu samad. Lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Qul huwallahu ahad. Allahu samad. Lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Qul huwallahu ahad. Allahu samad. Lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Qul huwallahu ahad. Allahu samad. Lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Qul huwallahu ahad. Allahu samad. Lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Qul huwallahu ahad. Allahu samad. Lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. Allahu Akbar. Subhana Rabbil Azim wa bihamdihi. Subhana Rabbil Azim wa bihamdihi. Subhana Rabbil Azim wa bihamdihi. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad. Sami Allahu liman hamida. Allahu Akbar. Subhana Rabbil A'la wa bihamdihi. Subhana Rabbil A'la wa bihamdihi. Subhana Rabbil A'la wa bihamdihi. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad. Allahu Akbar. Astaghfirullah Rabbi wa atubu ilayh. Allahu Akbar. Subhana Rabbil A'la wa bihamdihi. Subhana Rabbil A'la wa bihamdihi. Subhana Rabbil A'la wa bihamdihi. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad. Allahu Akbar. Bihawlillahi wa quwwatihi wa quwwatihi. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina as-siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladina an'amta alayhim ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Qul huwallahu ahad. Allahus samad. Lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Qul huwallahu ahad. Allahus samad. Lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Qul huwallahu ahad. Allahus samad. Lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Qul huwallahu ahad. Allahus samad. Lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Qul huwallahu ahad. Allahus samad. Lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Qul huwallahu ahad. Allahus samad. Lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد الله أكبر اللهم ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين اللهم اغفر لكل مؤمن والمؤمنات وبذنوبهم علما اللهم صل على محمد وعلى محمد وجل فرجهم الله أكبر سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وعلى محمد سمع الله ولمن حمده الله أكبر سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وعلى محمد الله أكبر أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه الله أكبر سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وعلى محمد الله أكبر Subhanallah, ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, wahdahu la sharika lah, wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluhu. Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa ala Muhammad. Assalamu alaikum ayyuhan nabiyyu wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Assalamu alayna wa ala ibadillahi salihin. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad. And now we're going to start the following astaghfar tasbih 70 times. It's astaghfirullah, astaghfirullah wa atubu ilayh. No, you don't say Rabbi. Astaghfirullah wa atubu ilayh. We'll recite that 70 times. Bismillah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Astaghfirullah wa atubu ilayh. 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 أستغفر الله وأتوب إليه 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 أستغفر الله وأتوب إليه
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وأجل فرجهم. And now we'll recite Astaghfirullah Rabbi wa atubu ilayh 100 times.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Astaghfirullah Rabbi wa atubu ilayh. 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 Astaghfirullah Rabbi wa atubu ilayh.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad wa ajil farajahum. And now we'll do tasbih of Lanat. Allahumma al-an katalata amir al-mu'mineen 100 times. Bismillah.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Allahumma lan katalata amir al-mu'mineen. 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 Allahumma lan katalata amir al-mu'mineen.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad wa
It is said by Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam that one who does prayers on this night of Shab Qadr, before he leaves his prayers, before you even stand up and excuse yourself from the prayers, Allah will forgive all of your sins and all the sins of your parents. So let's keep this in mind as we're praying tonight, the power of this night of Laylatul Qadr. The next part of the Amal is known as the Quran Amal. So please, Mu'min and Mu'minat, please get a Quran and get a copy of the Quran and open it to any page and hold it in your hands and repeat after me. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
وجل فرجهم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم
اللهم
اللهم
إني
إني
أسألك
أسألك
بكتابك
بكتابك
المنزل
المنزل
وما فيه
وما فيه
وفيه اسمك
وفي اسمك
الأكبر
أكبر
وأسماؤك
وأسماؤك
الحسنى
وأسماؤك الحسنى
وما يرجى
وما يرجى
أن تجعلني
أن تجعلني
من أتقائك
من أتقائك
من النار.
من النار.
Ask for your dua. Ya Allah, please send blessings on Prophet Muhammad and the family of Prophet Muhammad. Ya Allah, please hasten his successor, our Imam Mehdi Sahib was Zaman al-Islam. Please keep our Imam safe. Please keep him healthy. Please keep him away from those who hunt him and wish harm on him. Ya Allah, please help us be the kinds of people that the Imam seeks for help when he comes and returns to our presence. Ya Allah, please forgive all of our sins. Please forgive the sins of our marhum. Please forgive the sins of our parents. Please kabul all of our du'as tonight. And please forgive the sins of kul mu'minin mu'minat. Ask for your prayers. Muhammad wa ali Muhammad salawat.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad wa ajil farajahum.
Now put the Quran, close the Quran and put it on your head and repeat after me. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad wa ajil farajahum.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وأجل فرجهم.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Allahumma
اللهم
bihaqqi
بحق
hadha al-Quran
هذا القرآن
wa bihaqqi
وبحق
man arsaltahu
من أرسلته
bihi
به
wa bihaqqi
وبحق
kulli mu'minin
كل مؤمن
ma'dahtuhu
ما دعته
fihi
فيه
wa bihaqqi
وبحق
alayhim
عليهم
fala ahada
فلا أحد
a'rafu
عرفوا
bihaqqika
بحقك
mink.
منك.
Ya Allah, our great creator, our great master, please kabul all of our du'as tonight. Biki ya Allahu,
بك يا الله
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 Biki ya Allah.
بك يا الله.
O Prophet Muhammad, the final prophet of Allah, he who will be waiting for us on the day of judgment to ask Allah to go lenient on us. He who witnessed, who knew the atrocities that would befall on his beloved daughter Fatima and his sons Hassan and Hussein. For the sake of Prophet Muhammad, please kabul all of our du'as tonight. Ya Allah, bi Muhammadin,
بمحمد
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 bi Muhammad.
بمحمد.
Ya Allah, for the sake of Amir al-Mu'mineen, who was struck by a poisonous sword, who gave his life for charity, and who is Sirat al-Mustaqim, for the sake of Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, please kabul our du'as tonight. بعليين
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 بعلي.
بعلي.
Ya Allah, for the sake of Bibi Fatima Zahra alayhi salam, the Lady of Light, the daughter of the Holy Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam, the mother of Amir al-Mu'mineen, the mother of two Imams, Imam Hassan and Imam Hussein, for the sake of she who got the door thrown on her while she carried Hazrat Mohsin alayhi salam. Ya Allah, for the sake of the lady with the broken ribs, Ya Allah, please kabul all of our du'as tonight. Bi Fatimata,
بفاطمة
Bi Fatimata,
بفاطمة
Bi Fatimata,
بفاطمة
Bi Fatimata,
بفاطمة
Bi Fatimata, Bi
بفاطمة
Fatimata,
بفاطمة
Bi Fatimata,
بفاطمة
Bi Fatimata,
بفاطمة
Bi Fatimata,
بفاطمة
Bi Fatima.
بفاطمة.
Ya Allah, for the sake of Imam Hassan alayhi salam, the successor to Hazrat Ali alayhi salam, he who separated and strengthened the position of Imamat, he who desired to be buried next to his grandfather, the Prophet of Islam, he who had the arrows thrown at his Qadr, for his sake, Ya Allah, please kabul all of our du'as, bil hasani, 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 bil hasan, Ya Allah, for the sake of the king of the martyrs, Imam Hussein alayhi salam, he who laid headless on the land of Karbala with no helpers, he who sacrificed his whole family for the love of Islam, Ya Allah, he who fought alone while Bibi Zainab watched, Ya Allah, for the sake of Imam Hussein, please kabul our du'as, bil Husseini, 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 bil Hussein, bil Hussein. Ya Allah, for the sake of Imam Zainul Abidin alayhi salam, who's too sick on the day of Ashura, who stood up and had to use his sword so he could stand up, so he could help himself stand up because he was so sick. For the man who was shackled and dragged to the courtyard of Yazid, Ya Allah, for the sake of this tortured Imam, Ya Allah, please grant our du'as tonight.
Ali ibn
al-Hussein,
Ali ibn al-Hussein,
Ali ibn al-Hussein,
Ali ibn al-Hussein,
Ali ibn al-Hussein,
Ali ibn al-Hussein,
Ali ibn al-Hussein,
Ali ibn al-Hussein,
Ali ibn al-Hussein,
Ali ibn al-Hussein,
Ali ibn al-Hussein,
Ali ibn al-Hussein,
Ali ibn al-Hussein,
Ali ibn al-Hussein,
Ali ibn al-Hussein,
Ali ibn al-Hussein,
Ali ibn al-Hussein,
Ali ibn al-Hussein,
Ali ibn al-Hussein,
Ali ibn al-Hussein,
Ali ibn al-Hussein,
Ali ibn al-Hussein,
Ali ibn al-Hussein,
Ali ibn al-Hussein.
Ya Allah, for the sake of Imam Muhammad Baqir alayhi salam, who was just a small child when on the land of Karbala, who watched his brothers and his uncles be martyred. Ya Allah, for the sake of this young boy who would be Imam, who was dragged from Karbala all the way to the courtyard of Yazid, who watched his father, Imam Zainul Abidin, suffer while being tortured, while being sick. Ya Allah, for the sake of this Imam, Imam Muhammad Baqir, please kabul our du'as, bi Muhammad ibn Aliyin,
Muhammad ibn Ali,
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 bi Muhammad ibn Ali.
Muhammad ibn Ali.
Ya Allah, for the sake of Imam Jafar Sadiq alayhi salam, a scholar of many sciences, who spent his life spreading wisdom, spreading ilm. Ya Allah, for the sake of this man who was martyred out of jealousy, please kabul our du'as, bi Jafar ibn Muhammad,
Jafar ibn Muhammad,
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 bi Jafar ibn Muhammad,
Jafar ibn
bi
Muhammad,
Jafar ibn Muhammad,
Jafar ibn Muhammad,
bi Jafar ibn Muhammad,
Jafar ibn Muhammad,
bi Jafar ibn Muhammad,
Jafar ibn Muhammad,
bi Jafar ibn Muhammad.
Jafar ibn Muhammad.
Ya Allah, for the sake of he who was imprisoned and tortured most of his life, who when he was shaheed, his bones were so broken that his body bag looked like a bag of rocks. Ya Allah, for this Imam, this tortured Imam, please grant our du'as tonight. Bi Musa ibn Jafarin,
Musa ibn Jafar,
bi Musa ibn Jafar,
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 Musa ibn Jafar,
bi Musa ibn Jafar.
Musa ibn Jafar.
Ya Allah, for the sake of Imam Rida, who was separated from his loved ones, who was forced to move from his homeland, who was safe to move from those who his beloved were buried. Ya Allah, and then he was poisoned out of greed and out of jealousy for his sake. Ya Allah, please kabul our du'as. Bi Ali ibn Musa,
Bi Ali ibn Musa,
Bi Ali ibn Musa,
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 Ali ibn Musa,
Bi Ali ibn Musa.
Ali ibn Musa.
Ya Allah, for the sake of Imam Muhammad Taqi, who is buried next to Imam Musa Kazim, buried next to his grandfather. Ya Allah, for the sake of this great Imam, please kabul our du'as. بمحمد ابن علي
بمحمد بن علي
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 بمحمد ابن Ali.
بمحمد بن علي.
Ya Allah, for the sake of Imam Ali Unaki, who was summoned to Samira, who was again separated from his home, separated from his family, and poisoned. Ya Allah, for the sake of this Shaheed Imam, please Kabul our du'as. Be Ali ibn Muhammad.
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 Be Ali ibn Muhammad. Be Ali ibn Muhammad.
Be Ali ibn Muhammad.
Be Ali ibn Muhammad.
Be Ali ibn Muhammad.
Be Ali ibn Muhammad.
Be Ali ibn Muhammad.
Ya Allah, for the sake of Imam Hassan Askari alayhi salam, a man who lived in Samara under strict surveillance. Ya Allah, a man whose life was being surveilled, whose life was being spied on to try to stop the light of Imamat, but the light of Imamat lived on and will always live on. Ya Allah, for the sake of Imam Hassan Askari alayhi salam, please grant our du'as. Bil Hassan ibn Ali,
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 Bil Hassan ibn Ali.
Now stand in respect and in honor of our living Imam. Bow your head, keep the Quran on your head in respect for our living Imam, the greatest man alive, the most pure man, the perfect man alive, the savior of all of mankind. He was suffering because we are not ready for his arrival. Ya Allah, please help us, strengthen us, so our Imam will come looking for us as his helpers. Please, as the angels bring our du'as to him tonight, Ya Allah, and he recites our du'as to you, please kabul our du'as for the sake of our living Imam, Imam Mehdi Sahibu Zaman, Bihaqqi Qaim alayhi salam,
بحق قائم عليه السلام
Bilhujjati Qaim alayhi salam,
بالحجة القائم 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 عليه السلام
Bilhujjati Qaim alayhi salam.
بالحجة القائم عليه السلام.
Please ask for your dua. Please ask for forgiveness of your sins. Ask for forgiveness of my sins, please. Ask for forgiveness of sins of my marhum, of your marhum, of my family, of your family. Please ask for your dua. Bar Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Please keep the Quran on your head while you ask for dua. Bar Muhammad wa ali Muhammad salawat.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وأجل فرجهم.
Allah, please give us shade on the day of judgment. Ya Allah, please help us be the types of people that the Imam comes looking for when he's looking for helpers. Ya Allah, help us strengthen our faith and help us never take any other God from you. Any other God than you. Help us turn to nobody but you to answer our prayers. Ya Allah, don't ever let us forget that we are slaves of our Imam and we are slaves of you. Ya Allah, please forgive our sins. Please forgive the sins of our marhum. Ya Allah, please give us rahmat. Give us compassion on the day of judgment. Ya Allah, please elevate our marhums to the highest level of Jannat and help us join them when it is our time to leave this world. Bar Muhammad wa ali Muhammad salawat.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل
Muhammad wa jal farajum. And now there's a dua that is to be recited. The Quran Amal is completed. You can put the Qurans away and listen to the following dua.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Allahumma inni amsaytu laka abdan dakhiran la amliku li nafsi naf'an wa la darra wa la asrifu anha su'an ashhadu bidhalika ala nafsi wa a'tarifu laka bidhafi قوتي وقلتي حلتي فصل على محمد وآل محمد وأنجز لي ما وعدتني وجميع المؤمنين والمؤمنات من المغفرة في هذه الليل وأتمم علي ما آتيتني فإني عبدك المسكين المستكين الضعيف الفقير المهين اللهم لا تجعلني ناسيا لذكرك فيما أوليتني ولا لإحسانك فيما أعطيتني ولا عايسا من إجابتك وإن أبطأت عني في سراء أو ضراء أو شدة أو رخاء أو عافية أو بلاء أو بؤس أو نعمة إنك سميع الدعاء اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وأجل فرجهم.
And next is a dua that is specific to the night of the 21st of Ramadan. Bismillah.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد واقسم لي حلما يسد عني باب الجهل وهدى تمن به علي من كل ضلالة وغنى تسد به عني باب كل فقر وقوة ترد بها غني كل ضعف واعزا تكرمني به عن كل ذل ورفعة ترفعني بها عن كل ضعف وأمنا ترد به عني كل خوف وعافية تسترني بها عن كل بلاء وعلما تفتح لي به كل يقين ويقينا تذهب به عني كل شك ودعاء تبسط لي به الإجابة في هذه الليلة وفي هذه الساعة ويا كريم وخوفا تنشر لي به كل رحمة وعصمة تحول بها بيني وبين الذنوب حتى أفلح بها عند المعصومين عندك برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وأجل فرجهم.
A couple other prayers that we should do tonight. There's a 100 rakat namaz that should be done on the 21st and the 23rd. It's done in sections of 2 rakat namaz. So you do 52 rakat namaz like Fajr namaz. The niyat is for Laylatul Qadr. And also it's highly recommended to do 2 rakat namaz for the ziyarat of Imam Hussein. So before we do Joshin Kabir, we'll take a 5-minute break. We're going to take a short break and start Joshin Kabir. And let's take that time to recite the namaz for the ziyarat of Imam Hussein. bar Muhammad wa ala Muhammad sallallahu
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad wa ajil farajahum.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
فزت برب الكعبة. تهدمت والله أركان الهدى.
मस्जिद कूफा है रोज़ादार है, 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 फर्क से ऊंची लहू की धार है। बह के खून कह रहा है जख्मी सर से बह के खून कह रहा है जख्मी सर से बह के खून दूसरा सजदा बहुत दुश्वार है मस्जिद कूफा है रोज़ादार है मस्जिद कूफा है रोज़ादार है रात तक आबाद था हक का मकान रात तक आबाद था हक का मकान रात तक आबाद था हक का मकान सुबह को जुड़ी हुई सरकार है मस्जिद कूफा है रोज़ादार है मस्जिद कूफा है रोज़ादार है फर्क पाके मुर्तज़ा में तेग है फर्क पाके मुर्तज़ा में तेग है फर्क पाके मुर्तज़ा में तेग है या कलामुल्लाह में तलवार है मस्जिद कूफा है रोज़ादार है मस्जिद कूफा है रोज़ादार है ज़ख्म सर है दरे करार है ज़ख्म सर है दरे करार है ज़ख्म सर है दरे करार है धीमी धीमी नब्ज़ की रफ्तार है मस्जिद कूफा है रोज़ादार है मस्जिद कूफा है रोज़ादार है खून में है गर्क दामाद नबी खून में है गर्क दामाद नबी खून में है गर्क दामाद नबी सांस लेना भी बहुत दुश्वार है मस्जिद कूफा है रोज़ादार 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 है शब चाक गरेबां सहर गिरिया कुना है मखलूक खुदा माइले फरियाद फुगा है माँ बैन ज़मीं आसमां महशर का समा है
Moving to Umrah. Now we're starting Joshan and Kabir. Auzubillahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Allahumma inni as'aluka bismika ya Allahu ya Rahmanu ya Rahim ya Karimu ya Mukimu ya Azim ya Kadimu ya Alimu ya Halim ya Hakimu Subhanaka ya la ilaha illa ant Ya Sayyid al-Sadat, Ya Mujib al-Dawat, Ya Rafi al-Darajat, Ya Wali al-Hasanat, Ya Ghafir al-Khatiyat, Ya Mu'ti al-Mas'alat, Ya Qabil al-Tawbat, Ya Sami al-Aswat, Ya Alim al-Khafiyat, Ya Dafi al-Baliyat, Subhanaka Ya La Ya Khair al-Ghafirin, Ya Khair al-Fatihin, Ya Khair al-Nasirin, Ya Khair al-Hakimin, Ya Khair al-Razikin, Ya Khair al-Warithin, Ya Khair al-Hamidin, Ya Khair al-Zakirin, Ya Khair al-Munzilin, Ya Khair al-Muhsinin, Subhanaka Ya La ilaha illa Ant, Al-Ghaus, Al-Ghaus, Ya Man Lahul Izzu wal Jamal, Ya Man Lahul Qudratu wal Kamal, Ya Man Lahul Mulku wal Jalal, Ya Man Huwal Kabirul Muta'an, Ya Munshi as-Sahabi Thiqal, Ya Man Huwa Shadidul Mihal, Ya Man Huwa Sari'ul Hisab, Ya Man Huwa Shadidul Iqab, Ya Man Indahu Husnul Thawab, Ya Man Indahu Ummul Kitab, Subhanaka Ya La ilaha illa Ant, Allahumma inni as'aluka bismika Ya Hannanu Ya Mannan, Ya Dayanu Ya Burhan, Ya Sultanu Ya Ridwan, Ya Ghufranu Ya Subhan, Ya Musta'anu Ya Dhal Mannil wal Bayan, Subhanaka Ya La ilaha illa Ant, Ya Man tawadda kullu shay'in li'azamatihi, Ya Man istaslamu lama kullu shay'in liqudratihi, Ya Man dalla kullu shay'in li'izzatihi, Ya Man khada'a kullu shay'in lihaybatihi, Ya Man qada kullu shay'in min khashyatihi, Ya Man شققت الجبال من مخافته يا من قامت السماوات بأمره يا من استقرت الأرضون بإذنه يا من يسبح الرعد بحمده يا من لا يعتدي على أهل مملكته سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث يا غافر الخطايا يا كاشف البلايا يا منتهى الرجايا يا مجزل العطايا يا واهب الهدايا يا رازق البرايا يا قاضي المنايا يا سامع الشكايا يا باعث البرايا يا مطلق الأسارى سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت يا ذا الحمد والثناء يا ذا الفخر والبهاء يا ذا المجد والثناء يا ذا العهد والوفاء يا ذا العفو والرضا يا ذا المن والعطاء يا ذا الفضل والقضاء
يا ذا العز والبقاء يا ذا الجود والسخاء يا ذا الآلاء والنعماء سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت
الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا مانع يا دافع يا رافع يا صانع يا نافع يا سامع يا جامع يا شافع يا واسع يا موسع سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث
خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا سعد يا صانع كل مصنوع يا خالق كل مخلوق يا رازق كل مرزوق يا مالك كل مملوك يا كاشف كل مكروب يا فارج كل مهموم يا راحم كل مرحوم يا ناصر كل مخذول يا ساتر كل معيوب يا ملجأ كل مطرود سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا عدتي عند شدتي يا رجائي عند مصيبتي يا منيسي عند وحشتي يا صاحبي عند غربتي يا ولي عند نعمتي يا غياثي عند كربتي يا دليلي عند هيراتي يا غنائي عند افتقاري يا ملجلائي عند اضطراري يا معيني عند مفزعي سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث
خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا علام غيوبي يا غفار ذنوبي يا ستر العيوب يا كاشف الكروب يا مقلب القلوب يا طبيب القلوب يا منور القلوب يا أنيس القلوب يا مفرج الهموم يا منفس الغموم سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت
الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا جليل يا جميل يا وكيل يا كفيل يا ذليل يا قبيل يا مديل يا منيل يا مكيل يا مهيل سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من
النار يا رب.
يا دليلي متطهرين يا غياث المستغيثين يا صريخ مستصرجين يا جرى مستجيرين يا آمن الخائفين يا عون المؤمنين يا راحم مساكين يا ملجأ العاسين يا غافر المذنبين يا مجيب دعوة المضطرين سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت
الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا ذا الجود والإحسان يا ذا الفضل والامتنان يا ذا الأمن والأمان يا ذا القدس والسبحان يا ذا الحكمة والبيان يا ذا الرحمة والرضوان يا ذا الحجة والبرهان يا ذا العظمة والسلطان يا ذا الرافة والمستعان يا ذا العفو والغفران سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا من هو رب كل شيء يا من هو إله كل شيء يا من هو خالق كل شيء يا من هو سنيء كل شيء يا من هو لكل شيء يا من هو عبد كل شيء يا من هو فوق كل شيء يا من هو عليم بكل شيء يا من هو قدر الله كل شيء يا من هو يفنى كل شيء سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا مؤمن يا مهيمن يا مكاوى مكون يا ملكن يا مبين يا مهون يا ممكن يا زين يا موالن يا مقسم
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
يا من هو في ملكه مكمن يا من هو في سلطانه كليم يا من هو في جلال عظيم يا من هو على عباده رحيم يا من هو بكل شيء عليم هو شيء عليم يا من هو بمن أسه حليم يا من هو بمر رجاه كريم يا من هو في السن إليه حكيم يا من هو في حكمته لطيف يا من هو في لطفه كليم
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
يا من لا يرجى الفضل
يرجى إلا فضله
إلا فضله يا من لا يسأل إلا أفوى يا من لا ينذر زر إلا بر يا من لا يخاف إلا الله يا من لا يدهم إلا ملكه يا من لا سلطان إلا سلطانه يا موى وسيات كل شيء إرمته يا من رحمته يا من سبقت رحمته غضبا يا من أحاط بكل شيء إن علمه يا من ليس أحد مثل سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت
الغوث خلصنا من النار
يا رب يا فريج الهم يا كاشف الغم يا غافر الدم يا قابل التواب يا توب يا خليق الخلق يا صادق الوعد يا مفي يا الأحد يا علي يا عالم السر يا فليق الحب يا رازق الأنم
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا علي يا وفي يا غني يا ملي يا حفي يا رضي يا زكي يا بديع يا قوي يا ولي
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
يا من أظهر الجميل يا من ستر القبيل يا من لم يؤاخذ بالجرير يا من لم يهتك الستر يا عظيم العفو يا حسن التجاوز يا واسع المغفرة يا باسط يدين بالرحمة يا صاحب كل نجوى يا منتهى كل شكوى سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب يا ذا النعمة السابغة، يا ذا الرحمة الواسعة، يا ذا المنة السابقة، يا ذا الحكمة البالغة، يا ذا القدرة كاملة، يا ذا الحجة قاطعة، يا ذا الكرامة الظاهرة، يا ذا العزة الدائمة، يا ذا القوة المتينة، يا ذا العظمة المنيعة. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت، الغوث الغوث، خلصنا من النار يا رب. يا بديع السماوات، يا جاعل الظلمات، يا راحم العبرات، يا مقيل العثرات، يا ساتر العورات، يا محيي الأموات، يا منزل الآيات، يا مضاعف الحسنات، يا ماحي السيئات، يا شديد النقمات. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت، الغوث الغوث، خلصنا من النار يا رب. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا مصور يا مقدر يا مدبر يا مطهر يا منور يا مصور يا مبشر يا منذر يا مقدم يا مؤخر.
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت، الغوث الغوث، خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا رب البيت الحرام، يا رب الشهر الحرام، يا رب البلد الحرام، يا رب الركن والمقام، يا رب المشعر الحرام، يا رب المسجد الحرام، يا رب الحل والحرام، يا رب النور والظلام، يا رب التحية والسلام، يا رب القدرة في الأنام. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت، الغوث الغوث، خلصنا من النار يا رب. يا أحكم الحاكمين، يا أعدل العادلين، يا أصدق الصادقين، يا أطهر الطاهرين، يا أحسن الخالقين، يا أسرع الحاسبين، يا أسمع السامعين، يا أبصر الناظرين، يا أشفع الشافعين، يا أكرم الأكرمين.
سبحانك يا لا
إله إلا أنت، الغوث الغوث، خلصنا من النار يا رب. يا عماد من لا عماد له، يا سند من لا سند له، يا ذخر من لا ذخر له، يا حرز من لا حرز له، يا غياث من لا غياث له، يا فخر من لا فخر له، يا عز من لا عز له، يا معين من لا معين له، يا أنيس من لا أنيس له، يا أمان من لا أمان له.
سبحانك
يا لا إله إلا أنت، الغوث الغوث، خلصنا من النار يا رب. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا عاصم يا قائم يا دائم يا راحم يا سالم يا حاكم يا عالم يا قاسم يا قابض يا باسط.
سبحانك يا لا
إله إلا أنت، الغوث الغوث، خلصنا من النار يا رب. يا عاصم من استعصم، يا راحم من استرحم، يا غافر من استغفر، يا ناصر من استنصر، يا حافظ من استحفظ، يا مكرم من تكرم، يا مرشد من استرشد، يا صريخ من تصرخ، يا معين من استعان، يا مغيث من استغاث. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت، الغوث الغوث، خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا عزيزا لا يضام، يا لطيفا لا يرام، يا قيوما لا ينام، يا دائما لا يفوت، يا حيا لا يموت، يا مالكا لا يزول، يا باقيا لا يفنى، يا عالما لا يجهل، يا صمدا لا يطعم، يا قويا لا يضعف. سبحانك يا
يا
لا
لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا أحد يا واحد يا شاهد يا ماجد يا حامد يا راشد يا باعث يا وارث يا ضار يا نافع. سبحانك
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا أعظم من كل عظيم، يا أكرم من كل كريم، يا أرحم من كل رحيم، يا أعلم من كل عليم، يا أحكم من كل حكيم، يا أقدم من كل قديم، يا أكبر من كل كبير، يا ألطف من كل لطيف، يا أجل من كل جليل، يا أعز من كل عزيز. سبحانك
يا
يا
لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا كريم الصفح، يا عظيم المن، يا كثير الخير، يا قديم الفضل، يا دائم اللطف، يا لطيف الصنع، يا منفس الكرب، يا كاشف الضر، يا مالك ملك، يا قاضي حق. سبحان
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا من هو في عهده وفي، يا من هو في وفائه قوي، يا من هو في قوته علي، يا من هو في علوه قريب، يا من هو في قربه لطيف، يا من هو في لطفه شريف، يا من هو في شرفه عزيز، يا من هو في عزه عظيم، يا من هو في عظمته مجيد، يا من هو في مجده حميد. سبحان
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا كافي يا شافي يا وافي يا معافي يا حادي يا داعي يا قاضي يا راضي يا عالي يا باكي.
سبحانك
سبحان
يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا من كل شيء خاضع له، يا من كل شيء خاشع له، يا من كل شيء كائن له، يا من كل شيء موجود به، يا من كل شيء منيب إليه، يا من كل شيء خائف منه، يا من كل شيء قائم به، يا من كل شيء صائر إليه، يا من كل شيء يسبح بحمده، يا من كل شيء هالك إلا وجهه.
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا من لا مفر إلا إليه، يا من لا مقصد إلا إليه، يا من لا منجا منه إلا إليه، يا من لا يرغب إلا إليه، يا من لا حول ولا قوة إلا به، يا من لا يستعان إلا به، يا من لا يتوكل إلا عليه، يا من لا يرجى إلا هو، يا من لا يعبد إلا هو. سبحان
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا خير المرهوبين، يا خير المرغوبين، يا خير المطلوبين، يا خير المسؤولين، يا خير المقصودين، يا خير المذكورين، يا خير المشكورين، يا خير المحبوبين، يا خير المدعوين، يا خير المستأنسين.
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا غافر يا ساتر يا قادر يا قاهر يا فاتر يا كاسر يا جابر يا ذاكر يا ناذر يا ناصر. سبحان
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا من خلق فسوى، يا من قدر فهدى، يا من يكشف البلوى، يا من يسمع النجوى، يا من ينقذ الغرق، يا من ينجي الهلك، يا من يشفي المرضى، يا من أضحك وأبكى، يا من أمات وأحيا يا من خلق الزوجين الذكر والأنثى
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
يا من في البر والبحر سبيله يا من في الآفاق آياته يا من في الآيات برهانه يا من في الممات قدرته يا من في القبور عبرته يا من في القيامة ملكه يا من في الحساب هيبته يا من في الميزان قضاؤه يا من في الجنة ثوابه يا من في النار عقابه سبحانك
سبحانك
يا
يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
يا من إليه يهرب الخائفون يا من إليه يفزع المذنبون يا من إليه يقصد المنيبون يا من إليه يرغب الزاهدون يا من إليه يلجأ المتحيرون يا من به يستأنس المريدون يا من به يفتخر المحبون يا من في عفوه يطمع الخاطئون يا من إليه يسكن الموقنون يا من عليه يتوكل المتوكلون سبحانك
يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا حبيب يا طبيب يا قريب يا رقيب يا حسيب يا مهيب يا مفيب يا مجيب يا خبير يا بصير
سبحانك
سبحان
يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
يا أقرب من كل قريب يا أحب من كل حبيب يا أبصر من كل بصير يا أخبر من كل خبير يا أشرف من كل شريف يا أرفع من كل رفيع يا أقوى من كل قوي يا أغنى من كل غني يا أجود من كل جواد يا أرأف من كل رؤوف
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب يا غالبا غير مغلوب يا صانعا غير مصنوع يا خالقا غير مخلوق يا مالكا غير مملوك يا قاهرا غير مقهور يا رافعا غير مرفوع يا حافظا غير محفوظ يا ناصرا غير منصور يا شاهدا غير غائب يا قريبا غير بعيد سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت
الغوث
الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب يا نور النور يا منور النور يا خالق النور يا مدبر النور يا مقدر النور يا نور كل نور يا نورا قبل كل نور يا نورا بعد كل نور يا نورا فوق كل نور يا نورا ليس كمثله نور سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت
الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
يا من أطاؤه شريف يا من فعله لطيف يا من لطفه مقيم يا من إحسانه قديم يا من قوله حق يا من وعده صدق يا من عفوه فضل يا من عذابه عدل يا من ذكره هول يا من فضله أميم سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا مسهل يا مفضل يا مبدل يا مذلل يا منزل يا منور يا مفضل يا مجزل يا ممهل يا مجمل سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت
الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
يا من يرى ولا يرى يا من يخلق ولا يخلق يا من يهدي ولا يهدى يا من يحيي ولا يحيى يا من مسأل ولا يسأل يا من يطعم ولا يطعم يا من يجير ولا يجار عليه يا من يقضي ولا يقضى عليه يا من يحكم ولا يحكم عليه يا من لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
يا نعم الحسن يا نعم الحسين يا نعم التبين يا نعم الرقين يا نعم القريب يا نعم المجيب يا نعم الحبيب يا نعم الكفيل يا نعم الوكيل يا نعم المولى يا نعم النصير
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
يا سرور عارفين يا منى الموهبين يا أنيس المريدين يا حبيب التوابين يا رازق الموكلين يا رجاء المذنبين يا قرة عين العابدين يا منفس عن المكروبين يا مفرج عن المغمومين يا إله الأولين والآخرين
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا ربنا يا إلهنا يا سيدنا يا مولانا يا نصيرنا يا ناصرنا يا حافظنا يا دليلنا يا معيننا يا حبيبنا يا طبينا
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
يا رب النبيين يا أبرار يا رب الصديقين والأخيار يا رب الجنة جنتي والنار يا رب الصغار والكبار يا رب الحبوب والثمار يا رب الأنهار والأشجار يا رب السهار والقفار يا رب البرار والبهار يا رب الليل والنهار يا رب الأعلان والأسرار سبحانك لا إله إلا أنت
الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
يا من نفذ في كل شيء أمره يا من رحق بكل شيء علمه يا من بلغ إلى كل شيء قدرته يا من لا تحصي العباد نعمه يا من لا تبلغ الخلائق شكره يا من لا تدرك الأفهام جلاله يا من لا تنال الأوهام كنهه يا من العظمة والكبرياء رداؤه يا من لا ترد العباد قضاءه يا من لا ملك إلا ملكه يا من لا عطاء إلا عطاؤه
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
يا من له المثل الأعلى يا من له الصفات العليا يا من له الآخرة له جنة المأوى يا من له الآيات الكبرى يا من له الأسماء الحسنى يا من له الحكم والقضاء يا من له الهواء وفضاء يا من له العرش والثراء يا من له السماوات العلى
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا عفو يا غفور يا صبور يا شكور يا رؤوف يا عطوف يا مسؤول يا ودود يا صبوح يا قدوس
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا من في السماء عظمة يا من في الأرض آيات يا من في كل شيء دلائل يا من في البحار عجائب يا من في الجبال خزائن يا من يا من يدعو الخلق ثم يعيد يا من إليه يرجع الأمر كله يا من أظهر في كل شيء لطفا يا من أحسن كل شيء خلقا يا من تصرف يا من تصرف في الخلائق قدرته سبحانك يا لا إله
إله
إلا
إلا أنت
أنت
الغوث الغوث
خلصنا من النار يا رب يا حبيب من لا حبيب لا يا طبيب من لا طبيب لا يا مجيب من لا مجيب لا يا شفيق من لا شفيق لا يا رفيق من لا رفيق لا يا مغيث من لا مغيث لا يا دليل من لا دليل لا يا أنيس من لا أنيس لا يا رحيم من لا رحيم لا يا صاحب من لا صاحب له
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا كافي من استكفى يا هادي من استحدى يا كالي من استكلى يا راعي من استرعى يا شافي من استشفى يا فاضي من استغضى يا مغني من استغنى يا مرفي من استوفى يا مقري من تقوى يا ولي من استولى
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا خالق يا رازق يا ناطق يا صادق يا فالق يا فارق يا فاتق يا راتق يا سابق يا سامق
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا من يقلب الليل والنهار يا من جعل الظلمات والأنوار يا من خلق الظل والحرار يا من سخر الشمس والقمر يا من قدر الخير والشر يا من خلق الموت والحياة يا من له خلق والأمر يا من لم يتخذ صاحبة ولا ولدا يا من ليس له شريك في الملك يا من لم يكن له ولي من الظل
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا من يعلم مراد المريدين يا من يعلم صمير الصامتين يا من يسمع أنين الواهنين يا من يرى بكاء الخائفين يا من يملك حوائج السائلين يا من يقبل عذر التائبين يا من لا يصلح عمل المفسدين يا من لا يضيع أجر المحسنين يا من لا يبعد عن قلوب العارفين يا أجود الأجودين
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
يا دائم البقاء يا سامع الدعاء يا واسع العطاء يا غافر الخطاء يا بادئ السماء يا حسن البلاء يا جميل الثناء يا قديم السناء يا كثير الوفاء يا شريك القزاء يا شريك الجزاء
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا ستار يا غفار يا قهار يا جبار يا صبار يا بار يا مختار يا فتاح يا نفاح يا مرتاح
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
يا من خلقني وسواني يا من رزقني ورباني يا من أطعمني وسقاني يا من قربني ودناني يا من أسمني وكفاني يا من حفظني وقلاني يا من أعزني واغناني يا من وفقني وحداني يا من أناسني وأواني يا من أماتني وأحياني
إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
يا من يحق الحق بكلماته يا من يقبل التوبة عن عباده يا من يحول بين المرء وقلبه يا من لا تنفع الشفاعة إلا بإذنه يا من هو أعلم بمن ضل عن سبيله يا من لا مؤقب لحكمه يا من لا راد لقضائه يا من قاد كل شيء لأمره يا من السماوات مطويات بيمينه يا من يرسل الرياح بشرا بين يدي رحمته
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
يا من جعل الأرض محادا يا من جعل الجبال أوتادا يا من جعل الشمس سراجا يا من جعل القمر نورا يا من جعل الليل لباسا يا من جعل النهار معاشا يا من جعل النوم سباتا يا من جعل السماء بناء يا من جعل الأشياء أزواجا يا من جعل النار مرصادا
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
اللهم نسألك باسمك يا سميع يا شفيع يا رفيع يا منيع يا سريع يا بديع يا كبير يا قدير يا خبير يا مجير
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
يا حي قبل كل حي يا حي بعد كل حي يا حي الذي ليس كمثله حي يا حي الذي لا يشاركه حي يا حي الذي لا يحتاج إلى حي يا حي الذي يميت كل حي يا حي الذي يرزق كل حي يا حي لم يرث الحياة من حي يا حي الذي يحيي الموتى يا حي يا قيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
يا من له ذكر لا ينسى يا من له نور لا يطفى يا من له نعم لا تعد يا من له ملك لا يزول يا من له ثناء لا يحصى يا من له جلال لا يكيف يا من له كمال لا يدرك يا من له قضاء لا يرد يا من له صفات لا تبدل يا من له نعوت لا تغير
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
يا رب العالمين يا مالك يوم الدين يا غاية الطالبين يا زحر اللاجين يا مدرك الحاربين يا من يحب الصابرين يا من يحب التوابين، يا من يحب المتطهرين، يا من يحب المحسنين، يا من هو أعلم بالمهتدين.
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا شفيق يا رفيق يا حفيظ يا محيط يا مقيت يا مقيت يا معز يا مضل يا مبدئ يا معيد.
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا من هو أحد بلا ضد، يا من هو فرد بلا ند، يا من هو سمد بلا عيب، يا من هو وتر بلا كيف، يا من هو قاض بلا حيف، يا من هو رب بلا وزير، يا من هو عزيز بلا ذل، يا من هو غني بلا فخر، يا من هو ملك بلا أذن، يا من هو موصوف بلا شبيه.
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا من ذكره شرف للذاكرين، يا من شكره فوز للشاكرين، يا من حمده إذ للحامدين، يا من طاعته نجاة للمطيعين، يا من بابه مفتوح للطالبين، يا من سبيله واضح للمنيبين، يا من آياته برهان للناظرين، يا من كتابه تذكرة للمتقين، يا من رزقه عموم للطائعين والآسين، يا من رحمته قريب من محسنين.
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب. يا من تبارك اسمه، يا من تعالى جده، يا من لا إله غيره، يا من جل ثناؤه، يا من تقدست أسماؤه، يا من يدوم بقاؤه، يا من العظمة بهاؤه، يا من الكبرياء رداء، يا من لا يحصى آلاؤه، يا من لا تعد نعماؤه. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث النار يا رب. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا معين يا أمين يا مبين يا متين يا مكين يا رشيد يا حميد يا مجيد يا شديد يا شهيد.
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت
الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب. يا ذا عشر المجيد، يا ذا القول السديد، يا ذا الفعل للرشيد، يا ذا البطش الشديد، يا ذا الوعد والوعيد، يا من هو الولي الحميد، يا من هو فعال لما يريد، يا من هو قريب غير بعيد، يا من هو على كل شيء شهيد، يا من هو ليس بظالم إلا العبيد. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب. يا من لا شريك له ولا وزير، يا من لا شبيه ولا نظير، يا خالق الشمس والقمر المنير، يا مغني البائس الفقير، يا رازق الطفل الصغير، يا راحم الشيخ الكبير، يا جابر العظم الكثير، يا عصمة الخائف المستجير، يا من هو بعباده خبير بصير، يا من هو على كل شيء قدير. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب. يا ذا الجود والنعم يا ذا الفضل والكرم يا خالق اللوح والقلم يا باري الذر والنسم يا ذا البأس والنقم يا ملهم العرب والعجم يا كاشف الضر والألم يا عالم السر والهمم يا رب البيت والحرم يا من خلق الأشياء من العدم سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا فاعل يا جاعل يا قابل يا كامل يا فاصل يا واصل يا عادل يا غالب يا طالب يا واهب
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
يا من أنعم بطوله يا من أكرم بجوده يا من جاد بلطفه يا من تعزز بقدرته يا من قدر بحكمته يا من حكم بتدبيره يا من دبر بعلمه يا من تجاوز بحلمه يا من دنا في علوه يا من علا في دنوه
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
يا من يخلق ما يشاء يا من يفعل ما يشاء يا من يهدي من يشاء يا من يذل من يشاء يا من يعذب من يشاء يا من يغفر لمن يشاء يا من يعز من يشاء يا من يذل من يشاء يا من يصور في الأرحام ما يشاء يا من يختص برحمته من يشاء
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
يا من لم يتخذ صاحبة ولا ولدا يا من جعل لكل شيء قدرا يا من لا يشرك في حكمه أحدا يا من جعل الملائكة رسلا يا من جعل في السماء بروجا يا من جعل الأرض قرارا يا من خلق من الماء بشرا يا من جعل لكل شيء أمدا يا من أحاط بكل شيء علما يا من أحصى كل شيء عددا
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا أول يا آخر يا ظاهر يا باطن يا بر يا حق يا فرد يا وتر يا صمد يا سرمد
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
يا خير معروف عرف يا أفضل معبود عبد يا أجل مشكور شكر يا أعز مذكور ذكر يا أعلى محمود حمد يا أقدم موجود طلب يا أرفع موصوف وصف يا أكبر مقصود قصف يا أكرم مسؤول سئل يا أشرف محبوب علم
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
يا حبيب الباكين يا سيد المتوكلين يا هادي المضلين يا ولي المؤمنين يا أنيس الذاكرين يا مفزع الملهوفين يا منجي الصادقين يا أقدر القادرين يا أعلم العالمين يا إله الخلق أجمعين
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
يا من علا فقهر يا من ملك فقدر يا من بطن فخبر يا من عبد فشكر يا من عصي فغفر يا من لا تحويه الفكر يا من لا يدركه بصر يا من لا يخفى عليه أثر يا رازق البشر يا مقدر كل قدر
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب
اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا حافظ يا بارئ يا زارع يا باذخ يا فارج يا فاتح يا كاشف يا ضامن يا آمر يا ناهي.
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا من لا يعلم الغيب إلا هو، يا من لا يصرف السوء إلا هو، يا من لا يخلق الخلق إلا هو، يا من لا يغفر الذنب إلا هو، يا من لا يتم النعمة إلا هو، يا من لا يقلب القلوب إلا هو، يا من لا يدبر الأمر إلا هو، يا من لا ينزل الغيث إلا هو، يا من لا يبسط الرزق إلا هو، يا من لا يحيي الموتى إلا هو.
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا معين الضعفاء، يا صاحب الغرباء، يا ناصر الأولياء، يا قاهر الأعداء، يا رافع السماء، يا أنيس الأصفياء، يا حبيب الأتقياء، يا كنز الفقراء، يا إله الأغنياء، يا أكرم الكرماء.
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا كافيا من كل شيء، يا كائما على كل شيء، يا من لا يشبه شيء، يا من لا يزيد في ملكه شيء، يا من لا يخفى عليه شيء، يا من لا ينقص من خزائنه شيء، يا من ليس كمثله شيء، يا من لا يعزب عن علمه شيء، يا من هو خبير بكل شيء، يا من وسعت رحمته كل شيء.
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا مكرم يا مطعم يا منعم يا معطي يا مغني يا مقني يا مفني يا محيي يا مرضي يا منجي.
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا أول كل شيء وآخره، يا إله كل شيء ومليكه، يا رب كل شيء وصانعه، يا باري كل شيء وخالقه، يا قابض كل شيء وباسطه، يا مبدي كل شيء ومعيده، يا منشئ كل شيء ومقدره، يا مكون كل شيء ومحوله، يا محيي كل شيء ومميته، يا خالق كل شيء ووارثه.
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا خير ذاكر ومذكور، يا خير شاكر ومشكور، يا خير حامد ومحمود، يا خير شاهد ومشهود، يا خير داء ومدعو، يا خير مجيب ومجاب، يا خير مؤنس وأنيس، يا خير صاحب وجليس، يا خير مقصود ومطلوب، يا خير حبيب ومحبوب.
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا من هو لمن دعاه مجيب، يا من هو لمن أطاعه حبيب، يا من هو إلى من أحبه قريب، يا من هو بمن استحفظه رقيب، يا من هو بمن رجاه كريم، يا من هو بمن عصاه حليم، يا من هو في عظمته رحيم، يا من هو في حكمته عظيم، يا من هو في إحسانه قديم، يا من هو بمن أراده عليم.
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا مسبب يا مرقب يا مقلب يا معقب يا مرتب يا مخوف يا محذر يا مذكر يا مسخر يا مغير.
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا من علمه سابق، يا من وعده صادق، يا من لطفه ظاهر، يا من أمره غالب، يا من كتابه محكم، يا من قضاؤه كائن، يا من قرآنه مجيد، يا من ملكه قديم، يا من فضله عميم، يا من عرشه عظيم.
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا من لا يشغله سمع عن سمع، يا من لا يمنعه فعل عن فعل، يا من لا يلهيه قول عن قول، يا من لا يغلطه سؤال عن سؤال، يا من لا يحجبه شيء عن شيء، يا من لا يبرمه إلحاه الملحين، يا من هو غاية مراد المريدين، يا من هو منتهى همم العارفين، يا من هو منتهى طلب الطالبين، يا من لا يخفى عليه ذرة في العالمين.
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث، خلصنا من النار يا رب.
يا حليما لا يعجل، يا جودا لا يبخل، يا صادقا لا يخلف، يا وهابا لا يمل، يا قاهرا لا يغلب، يا عظيما لا يوصف، يا عدلا لا يحيف، يا غنيا لا يفتقر، يا كبيرا لا يصغر، يا حافظا لا يغفل. سبحانك يا لا
لا
إله
إله
إلا
إلا
أنت
أنت الغوث
الغوث الغوث،
خلصنا
خلصنا من النار يا رب.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وأجل فرجهم. نار هيدري. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Just a few announcements. Our next program will be on the 23rd of Ramadan on Tuesday, inshallah. The Maulana Abid Bilgrami is going to be joining us on Wednesday, inshallah, the 24th, and onwards until Eid. Please make sure to attend and tell your friends, inshallah, so that we can all share in this barakah. Bar Muhammad wa ali Muhammad, salawat. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad wa ajil